Like you're trying to protect what is called super Earth, just this like utopia paradise that they show you in these like propaganda videos. Like when you're on the ship, like do your part, protect super Earth, go be a hell diver. And apparently it's all real time too. Like there's some like it's like AI that's uh like backing all the missions and stuff. So like it's all online play. So like everyone is just like we'll go do a mission and then like every time you complete a mission, like finish it successfully because you're trying to get rid of all the bugs. Um, like it'll be like 0.000% liberated from this like this planet is point like you add 0.000% liberated and like everyone's trying to like do all complete all these missions to like liberate the planet from all the bugs. It's pretty cool, and you can like jump in with random people. Although that's kind of hard right now because it's a lot more popular than the developers thought it was going to be. So their servers are not up to par yet. So it's kind of difficult to connect to like random people. Like if you have friends you're playing with, you can jump at a party and stuff and go. But if you just do like random quick add to some random person who's playing, half the time it just doesn't connect because their servers are bogged down. But overall, it's really fun. Pretty addicting.
Sounds pretty intense. I too am super hooked on fucking Pal World at the moment. You know, I'm going hard in the paint on that game. I don't know how many times I can get their server to crash in a day, but I got to be working on the record, bro, because I fucking crushed the shit out of that game all day.
Yeah, dude, I feel you. I put a lot of hours on that the last couple of weeks, and I don't even give a shit that the servers keep breaking and like I have to keep exiting and going back in. Like I'll fight through all of the bugs because I'm addicted. It's fun as fuck. And I'm hoping that like when the game fully releases, they'll do what Minecraft did with dedicated servers where for like $5 a month you can just get a server that all of your friends can play on and they don't need the host to be online for it. Because then we could just
Mm.
get a server for all of us and everybody could just go into the same world and have a fucking field day.
Oh, that would be fun. That would definitely be worth checking out. Also, since we are gathered thusly, we're gonna do something a little different this go round. Called we're using a system called Roll for Shoes that I checked out. I don't know. I thought it was kind of fun, but it leans heavy on RP and improv. So you're gonna have to kind of be able to roll with the punches, and kind of just depends on you guys whether this lasts a couple of hours or till we got to call it at midnight or whatever. So, so we'll go ahead and begin. As I kind of set the parameters for your characters before. Welcome to the SS Stealth Cadets. Now, let me tell you a few things about the SS Stealth. The spaceship Stealth is the spaceship of spaceships. Like, this is, first of all, it's massive. It's a small city in and of itself traveling the cosmos. Secondly, it is highly renowned and known for doing like super secret spy missions to save the entire universe type of situations. It is very seen as a very heroic and gallant vessel. On top of that, the like doctors and researchers aboard this vessel are also top notch, and this vessel is also associated with not only like the discovery of new alien and plant species, but also synthesizing these new samples and things and making new advancements in the field of like medicine and whatnot. So on top of that, excuse me. On top of that, this particular StarCraft is also known for being able to locate large deposits of rare and desired minerals, often locating meteor crash sites where like the meteor is mostly containing precious resources like gold or platinum, and they are constantly surveying and finding new sources of various rare materials for the fleet. So, as cadets, you guys have all kind of signed up for at some point or another. You guys have received several months of training, maybe several months of rash experiments, depending on your character or whatnot. But in either case, you find yourself, after several months of training at the academy, you have finally graduated to become a cadet. You see this massive star fleet off in the distance as you kind of step into your cryo tube, and you know that this will take you into this deep sort of space sleep. And when you awaken, you may be hundreds of thousands of light years away, but you will certainly be upon the SS Stealth. So, go ahead and introduce your characters real quick so I know kind of what I'm dealing with while I write your guys' names down and shit. Let's start with Dax.
All right. So I will be playing Dax O'Houlihan. I'm just a regular old human cadet. Um, did not do very well in the academy, barely passed. Um, so they were originally just gonna stick me in the mess hall in culinary, but uh, I accidentally spilled something like a coffee or drink on my correctly colored shirt assigning me to the culinary division. And I just grabbed a random one that I found in a laundry basket, and it happened to be the red engineering shirt. And so I got shuffled off, and now it's been too long, and I'm too scared to tell someone that I don't know what I'm doing. So I just, bullshitting my way through engineering division, trying to stay low.
Nice, nicely done. I like it. All right, how about Dr. Richard? What are you all about there?
Uh, Dr. Richard Stroker is a young doctor fresh out of med school. Just finished up his residency as an official doctor now, but was feeling confined and wanted to get out to see the world and to help people. I mean, selfishly because it makes him look really good and ladies like doctors, but you know, he really does it from the kindness of his heart. He's a little obsessed with keeping his hair ever so um, tasseled, if you will, almost like intentionally disheveled. Um, he's of average height, of average build, give or take, maybe a little slim, and it basically looks like JD. Um, but his name's Dr. Richard Stroker. His friends call him Dick, though.
And 626.
So I'm going to be playing as a scientific or alien experiment, kind of gone not wrong, but a little disrupted. Uh, Experiment 626 is also an alien known by the name of Stitch. He is a kind of a blue koala-looking like creature. He's gotten 4 arms and 2 legs. Um, Kind of a an experiment that was meant to destroy everything. Being escaping the intergalactic police, he managed to fly his way down to Earth and live out his some years with his new family, but finding new purpose, returning to the stars. Stitch has decided to return and see what he can do out in space after being kind of relieved of his penalties of being an experiment, and it's now not just a meaningless killer, but is a negotiable, somewhat being. Yeah.
And finally, I believe Sam.
Yeah. Well, my actual name is, but they found that hard to pronounce, so they always called me Smartass Monster, which got abbreviated as Sam. He is a scientist, so he's like a science officer. And in science, you have to be exact and precise, either with no variation, otherwise people get wrong results. So he takes that, and that's his personality, exact and precise, even to his detriment. He's got a finned head, 4 eyes, each a different color, and 4 arms. About 6 feet, 4 armed. Yeah, so he's there thinking he's going to do great for his people and make all sorts of creative achievements, but more than likely will create interstellar conflicts.
Excellent. Perfect. Okay, so as you guys kind of de-thaw from this frozen kind of space sleep, you guys find yourself in a very clean and contained facility. You and about a dozen other cadets. All of you seem to be wearing the very red kind of ankle to wrist, sort of like a red onesie, rather, type of a uniform. And as you all and about a dozen others kind of come to from this various space sleep, a screen flickers to life somewhere above, and you guys kind of look and see. It looks to be the captain of the ship. However, from your perspective, his back is turned to you. He looks to be half in the light, half in the shadows as he peers onward, and you kind of get a over his shoulder type of a view. And over his shoulder is a massive hologram of a planet, and it is slowly spinning as information comes reading off of it in various directions. And as that goes down, he turns to the camera, his face still half shrouded by his shadow, and he calls to the cadets and he says, "How we succeed and where and when all depends upon you, cadets. Welcome to the SS Stealth." And as the screen cuts off, an intercom like voice kind of rings out, comes and calls out after a little bell. It goes ding ding. Thank you for arriving, cadets. Please, once you have shaken the sleep sickness, make your way into the next room. We will be assigning duties and checking for sleep sickness. And with that, one of these like smooth walls, just kind of a door opens in its center, and all the other cadets begin filing through.
Oh, I could probably help him with this. I'm fresh out of med school. If you didn't see the ID, name's Dr. Dick.
Dr. Dick, I like it.
Hello, Doctor. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sam.
Ow.
Oh fuck! What
Stitch kind of
the
waves.
hell is that?
He just kind of looks around, ears up, on guard.
Okay, yeah, for sure. As you guys kind of linger a bit before crossing the threshold of this new doorway, as you guys kind of enter, you kind of get a feel for what's going on. This is the cadet deck, and you're kind of in the main quarters of the cadet deck. Excuse me. And currently, as fresh cadets, you are on the cadet deck to be assigned living duties. You guys would know that there are two types of duties that you are expected to perform. Sorry, you would know that there's two type of duties you guys are expected to perform: living duties and official duties. And as you guys kind of de-thaw and people are stretching and maybe splashing a bit of water on their face, hitting the restroom and stuff, you come up to this little area where a screen just kind of displays a bunch of names of all the cadets in the room, and it is assigning each cadet their living duties. So we'll start with Dax. Dax, why don't you go ahead and roll me a d6?
Oh boy. Oh, that's a 6.
With a 6, Dax, you are in. It looks like your living duty is to the officers' club restroom attendant. Is the duty that you will be taking a part of.
Yeah, Dax just kind of reads that and just, that's about right. That's my luck. And just sighs. I guess goes and is there any sort of like a I don't know, refreshments area for the new cadets? And just find something to drink.
It's just a single water cooler with like paper cups and a really bland kind of gray sign that says enjoy.
Yeah, he would probably just have some gross water.
Okay, for sure. And Dr. Dick, go ahead and roll me a d6.
That's a 3 for Dr. Dick.
Dr. Dick, you are on dishes duty after chow.
I'm gonna get these dishes surgically clean.
And 626.
All right. 3.
You are also on dishes duty. Sam?
Kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
So lucky number one.
Oh, number 1, you are on toilet duty.
Well, health starts with the toilets, though.
As you guys kind of sit around and gauge, like kind of figure out what your living duties are, something you'll be expected to do daily. A robo attendant, a droid roughly shaped like a human, comes in with a tray of food for everyone, and it shows up with the space equivalent of coffee and donuts, and lays it out for all of the cadets, and then it departs.
Stitch will go and grab that, but one for each of his arms. So 4.
Yeah, Dax is gonna run up and just like start shoving like 4 or 5 donuts in his pockets and then eat one.
Are you trying to do this stealthily, or are you brazenly doing this in front of like others?
Brazenly. He just walks, just like runs up and just like shoves a couple in his pockets for later, and then takes one and starts eating it, and then walks back off, like away from the, they're like in the corner.
Okay, I love it. Yeah, for sure. So as you guys kind of finish up your breakfasts and coffees and whatnot, one screen, you hear the little bell thing crack off again, ding ding, and then one screen of your once displaying your living duties folds into the ceiling and is replaced by another screen that slides out of a different port of the ceiling. And this screen displays your official duties. So, we're going to kind of go down the line real quick. We're going to start up at Dax. This would be your job. This is going to be what your official capacity would be on this ship. So, what would pick like a main job? And this can be anything. This small spacecraft is literally like a small city going through space. You could be like a kitchen staff or management, plumber, mechanic. There's bartenders, electricians. There's doctors, lawyers, officers. You could be like a navigation specialist, an engineer. There's like a communications department. There's a defense department. Like what job would you have been applying for? What job have you gone and, like, you said you barely made it through the academy, but what were you studying? What were you training in the academy specifically? So go ahead and tell me what job you believe you would have on this board.
I'm gonna roll with him accidentally being lumped into the wrong area, whether it was some blunder of his own with taking his job or applying, or wearing the wrong shirt. So he would have not been good enough to do all these other things. So he was just gonna do like mess hall, like culinary arts. Um, but that's he accidentally somehow got lumped into like an engineering apprentice or something, like a helper in the engineering division. So like maybe like in the like the engine room, some sort of assistant.
Okay, yeah, for sure, like a cadet for like engineering and whatnot.
Yeah, I want to see where this takes me.
And yeah, you see on this board, you in your official capacity, you are to report to the engineering bay whenever you are when official duties time comes. So moving on down, let's get down to the doctor. Obviously a doctor, but here you could throw a twist and go Indiana Jones, I guess. But how and where do you see yourself fitting in this Starfleet? What is the job you applied for? The job you went and spent years of academy of training trying to achieve?
Hmm. I think for sake of ease, I'm just gonna stick with like he just went to be a straight up doctor. He's aiming for, like a solid hospital, but probably ended up somewhere closer to like Sacred Heart, where it's like a little rundown, and is just enjoying being a young doctor and is pretty fucking oblivious otherwise.
Okay, perfect. Yes, and your task is to report to the medical bay as soon as the duty time commences. 626. Where do you think you find yourself in on this sort of um, ship? What are you? What are your duties here? What have you been training to accomplish?
Well, 626, knowing that he was intended and created for the sole purpose of eliminating and destruction, but able to be a reasonable being now, is kind of, I think he wants to use his powers for maybe like a special ops sort of situation. Maybe something a step up above, like maybe like, I don't know, some sort of like marine, but like, or like a pilot of some sort, something along the lines of that.
All right, yeah, for sure. So, 626, you find yourself assigned to the military wing next whenever the official duty time comes. You are to report to the military wing. And last but not least, Sam, where do you think you find yourself up amongst this Star City cruiser, essentially?
Well, he is definitely in the science department because he thinks he's going to be making breakout discoveries, not realizing as a cadet he'll just be washing beakers. So definitely science.
Okay, so science in general, or do you have like a specific field you would like to kind of go to?
Investigation team, so he'd be studying like any stuff brought up from a planet's surface.
Okay, yeah, you find yourself lumped in with the biology wing. You are to report to the biology wing when it is time for official duties. You hear some groans, you hear some hoots and hollers. Some people are less than excited about their tasks. Others, got the desired positions, some not so much. But as you guys kind of finish up, with this kind of entrance ceremony and maybe a few donuts and a little bit of coffee, the announcements kind of crack off again. Ba-ding, da-ding, ding. All cadets, please report. Your day starts now. It is essential that we start each and every morning doing our living duties. So, proceed to your assigned living duties, and until we meet again, until further announcements, good luck and great day. And bling, turns off. So, with that, a few doors open in a few different directions. Once mechanical white walls, now just, out of nowhere, these doors just slide open. And, several cadets begin filing out in various directions.
Sam will make his way to the toilets.
Sam, we're definitely gonna start with you. We're gonna do this from the bottom up. So, Sam, you make your way down this like long, sleek, starships, stellar hallways, people coming and going of all various, types of aliens and whatnot. And you make your way to the restroom, and you enter. And as you enter, a couple of humans with, looks to be a couple of rags over their mouth are visibly gagging as they like rushed past you to escape this room. And as you enter, you see a series of stalls, 5 of them to be exact. 3 of them open, 2 of them not so much.
I will try and investigate what they were gagging over.
Okay, this is where you come in with your d6. So do anything 1. We will say we're going to call this a deduction 1. So go ahead and roll to deduce something.
A 4.
Okay, make sure you guys tell me if you max your rolls. If you roll a 6, let me know. With a 4, as you kind of creep in and look about, the 3 stalls that are open, I mean, needs a bit of toilet paper replaced, but nothing too out of control. The first stall you open is an absolute disaster. It looks as if a banana cream pie has exploded. There is this banana smelling, like pudding, like textured pudding essentially all over not only the floor but the toilet seats, the stall walls, and the ceiling. And it's accompanied with white fluffy what appears to be like whipped cream. And as you kind of look into this stall, a big glob of it just falls from the ceiling and splats right on top of the toilet. Massively, just this whole stall is destroyed with pudding. As you flip open the toilet lid, several bananas float in the toilet. As you kind of, in stunned silence, look on, you make your way down to the next stall. And as you open it, lo and behold, there is a massive turd. And I mean beyond massive, like not like in the bowl. We are talking a 4-foot turd that the tip of is just like in the toilets, while the turd itself is like leaning up against the stall. So it's smeared a little bit up against the stall, but only the tip of this turd is in the toilet. It's like 4 feet long and probably a foot in diameter. It's fucking massive.
Okay, by seeing these two extraordinary poops, Sam is actually going to pull out measuring tape, little vials for samples, and he's going to take a sample of each. That's science.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a d6. You have do anything 1, so we're going to call this General Science 1.
Six.
Ooh, very nice. General Science 1 is now a skill you possess. Instead of doing anything, you can go ahead and move forward with General Science 1. And we're going to actually call it General Science 2. So instead of rolling 1d6, you will be rolling 2d6. So you go from Do Anything 1 to General Science 2. Swiftly, and the kit you happen to have just right on hand, you do manage to take some samples right away and store them appropriately in some gear that you manage to attach to your red jumper.
Once I have the samples I needed and data, he will then proceed to clean while calling for security to find out who did this and have them properly punished.
As you kind of begin to clean, another cadet kind of walks in, a scrawny, kind of nerdy human male, and he looks around terrified as all he brought with him was like a single toilet brush, and he's just like, his knees are shaking as his mouth is aghast, and he's just kind of looking back and forth at the chaos. And so as you kind of go to clean this, what do you use? Tell me how you clean this banana pudding stall and or massive shit.
So for the banana one, since it just looks like banana, you'd probably take the equivalent of a plunger and smash it up inside the toilet to flush it down. And then you just grab a fuck you to the environment amount of paper towels and start wiping down everything.
Okay, go ahead and give me a d6 from do anything one. We're going to plunger. So let's see how well you can plunge. Give me that d6. Well,
I could
damn.
punch like a motherfucker.
Yeah, you can. So go ahead and add the skill plunging two to your skill tree there. And as you plunge, you mash the shit out of these bananas, and you plunge this damn thing, and you go to town, and you end up, flushing and plunging and wiping down this entire stall. You get it smooth, shiny, beautiful, and as you kind of look back on your work, it even, a little sparkle, a little gleam kind of shines off the toilet seat. And how do you
I will
proceed
look
with?
at my partner who's freaking out and just say, "This waste receptacle is now in clean and usable condition. I suggest you do the same." And point to the giant turd.
Ooh, okay. So I guess it would come down to your intentions. Would you be trying to like a friendly suggestion here, or are you like trying to like intimidate them, or you tell me how you would
No,
come off?
this is like with that coworker who has worked as long as you have, tries to tell you kind of what you're supposed to be doing. Not really trying to scare him. It's just like, hey, you know you're supposed to be doing this, right? Get off your ass.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, give me a d6 for condescending. God damn. Okay, go ahead and add condescending 2 to your skill list. Oh man, sixes all night. As this trembling nerd raises a very, very wiry, possibly used toilet brush, he trembles as he walks forth one step at a time towards a turd that easily outweighs him by 50 pounds. And with that, we are going to cut off to, let's go to Dax. Dax, you have had to go to like the bridge restroom. You find yourself in this little area, and there is basically a small desk. It's got 3 drawers, and in each drawer, one is like some like napkins and toilet paper, another's some like cologne, and another is like some mints and things. And there's some fresh towels on the counter nearby, and yeah, you kind of have you come upon this empty attendee area in this like super fancy bougie bathroom with, it looks like stone marble countertops and like shiny brass, like, fixings and things, but also several stalls, much larger stalls than the restrooms that the cadets use, you note. And yeah, you kind of find yourself in this area as several high-ranking officers bustle in, paying you no mind at all. In fact, one throws you his keys, and the other throws you a heavy coat. And they, aside from that, they pay you no mind as they hustle and bustle into the stalls. And as they are kind of in the stalls, they give off a bit of chatter, they're talking about, well, the raw materials were a little bit rough, don't you guys think? As they're kind of dropping a deuce. And the other guys are like, yeah, well, at least most of the soldiers came back. And as they kind of finish, one at a time, all 3 of them kind of wash their hands and turn to you. So tell me how you deal with this interaction. The first looks to be a general of war, this high-ranking official. how do you interact with this man? He's got a peg leg, a scar on his face, and even an eye patch. As he kind of washes his hands and makes his way out, he stops at you and holds out one hand and one hook expectingly. How do you proceed?
Do I remember if this is the guy who tossed me the coat, either the jacket or the keys?
Ooh, we'll call this a remembering. Give me a D6 for remembering.
3?
With a 3, you're sure that it was one or the other. He either gave you the jacket or the keys, but you're not sure which.
Oh God. Um, I'm gonna like hold up the keys with like a questioning look, and then just like slowly hang the key ring on his hook and see what he does.
His eyes narrow and he's like, "No, a piece of gum, boy. And that's my coat. What are you doing?" He throws you the keys down on the ground. First day, freshie. You better get it together. I'll be watching you from now on. He gets real close and kind of like eyes, and his one good eye narrows, and he stares at you and holds out his good hand expectingly.
Oh gosh, yeah. You know what? You're right. Sorry about that. Just a little flustered. You know, it's still waking up, getting accustomed after that cryo sleep. I'm gonna hand him the jacket and then grab a piece of gum. I'll give him two pieces of gum and hand it to him and give him a wink.
Okay, give me a D6 for we'll call sweet talk.
Another 3.
He takes it. His eyes his one good eye narrows and just stares at you. He locks eye contact with you and like he backs out of the restroom one step at a time, never breaking eye contact until he leaves the room.
I hold eye contact with him as well.
Okay, give me a D6 to see about that stare.
Like a big smile on my face, like a shit-eating grin.
Oh, okay.
Oh gosh.
I will say politeness then, if it's a smile with a shit-eating grin.
Well, it was only a 2.
Ooh, politeness kind of
I'm not
fails.
polite.
Go ahead in this encounter, Gladier. Go ahead and count that you have 2 experience points.
Oh no, failures. Okay, that's fair.
Sorry, Gladier. That was my bad.
That's okay. I know what you meant.
Dax, my bad. So with that, the second gentleman, looking to be one of the like a high-ranking scientist, somebody in research and development, somebody way up like CEO status. He kind of walks up and gesture. He holds his arm out to you expectingly.
He holds his arm out.
Correct.
Are his hands wet? Like, did he dry his own hands, or does he want me
Yeah,
to dry his hands?
he washed his hands, and then he kind of walks up to you and extends almost like he's extending an elbow to you.
God, what the fuck does he want? Um. Yeah. Okay, so in the room there was mints, like gum, cologne, towels. Do you want me to put the keys on his? I don't. I hook my arm through his. I don't know what he wants.
Yeah, okay. You hook your arm through his. And he kind of is taken aback, kind of stunned. Go ahead and give me a d6 for cheekiness.
2. But can I? Would this be considered something I could use in experience points to turn into a 6?
So your 2 would fail. However, you can burn an experience point to now give yourself the skill cheekiness 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna use burn one of the experience points I got and do that.
He kind of looks disgruntled. He kind of gets the wrong meaning from the whole situation. Sir, I am married. I assure you this is inappropriate. And he kind of like shirks you off of him. He says, a simple hot towel will do.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm just joking around, testing the water, seeing how everyone, if there's anyone that likes funny people. Okay, just trying to keep it light. Anyway, here's a hot towel, and I hand him a hot towel.
Give me a d6 for keeping it light.
Keeping it light. Oh, there we go. There's a 6.
All right, keeping it light too. As you hand him the towel, he's like, I remember my first day, cadet. Pull your head out of your ass, but hey, hang in there. And he takes the hot towel and leaves, which brings up the final man who has entered this restroom. Short, fat, he's breathing heavy, and he's smoking on a cigar. And you know him to be one of the higher end bankers, one of the treasury department's higher ups. And as he walks over to you and simply holds out a single hand.
Okay. I'm going to give him. Were there gum and mints, or is it like mint gum? I'm sorry, I got nervous now, and I can't remember.
We'll say both. Your call.
Both?
You're the bathroom attendant. You tell me. I imagine both.
I give him a couple mints. And a smile.
He takes the mints. Oh, all right. He pockets one, pops one in his mouth, and holds his hand out again.
Shit, I give him the keys. I forgot I still had the keys.
He snatches the keys and rolls his eyes as he wanders out of the room.
I let out a sigh of relief and sit down. I imagine there's a chair or something for me, at least.
As you kind of sit down to catch your breath, we're going to zip on over to the dish pit where 626 and Dr. Richard both find themselves. Now, you've been reported to what is called the dish pit, and it is not an exaggeration. You are led to a room with a small platform that similar to a diving platform. And you look down, and several conveyor belts coming out of the wall, holes in the wall, propel trays full of food, bowls, plates, knives, and forks into a literal pit. And down below, about 10, 12 feet below this platform, you see an older lady. She's clearly an alien, some sort of blob alien. She's got she vaguely resembles a human grandmother, but she has several tentacles that are moving in a rapid pace, and she is separating what is food and what is raw materials, and she's stacking bowls, plates, trays, forks, and knives on these little tiny platforms that are then little flying drones come in and pick up these platforms and deliver them up high to shelves on the ceiling to be reused and then sent into the dishwasher. But you guys are actually in the dish pit section. It'll be up to you guys to load these dish platforms with dishes and not refuse. So it's on you two to separate the leftovers from the usable utensils. Everybody's got to do their part. So go ahead and you guys assigned to the same duties, both in your little red jumpsuits, arrive at roughly the same time. Tell me how you guys proceed. How do you guys tackle this?
I'm gonna look down at Stitch and just go, well, little guy, I have to say, you've got a lot of hands and I've got a lot of brains, so I think if we work together, we can get this done a lot faster. So why don't I supervise you and see if there's any way that I can use my brain to synergistically increase our output. And in the meantime, you use those wonderful little arms of yours to handle these dishes. And he kind of like tousles his hair.
It's just gonna kind of like look up at him and be like, "Ugh." Like almost like hiss at him. Kind of hobble over to the old ladyish looking alien figure there and just kind of watch her movements a little bit. I mean, seeing how he has multiple arms as well, maybe trying to pick up a technique from her.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a d6 to pick up this technique.
3.
Go ahead and get an experience point, but you do not manage to. You just don't see how she does it. She has several tentacles, and they are moving at a rapid pace all around her, just frantically. And occasionally, a tentacle will just, there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to it. It just grabs a tray of food, flings it against the wall, a bunch of gunk and silverware goes flying. Another tentacle will, snatch the silverware out of the sky, and then, and they all three end up at the same place, one of these little hovering shelves held by these drones. And she just loads up these little shelves as they come by, and she's just kind of digging the usable recyclable materials out of this garbage, and essentially trying to leave nothing but the leftover foodstuffs. But you notice that she moves quickly, and the area around her seems to be running out of various utensils quite quickly. She has to like shuffle around the room a bit.
So he'll kind of walk on over, maybe to like, her like leg or whatever, kind of poke it, and turn and look back at Dr. Dick, and then look at her and be like, I, 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 I think he's looking for gloves.
Ooh, go ahead and give me a d6 looking for gloves.
But just kind of in a way to get him in trouble.
Oh, give me a d6 for throw under the bus.
Two. Shit.
She says in like a very kind of old lady slug-like voice, she kind of turns to you with a scowl. She says, "Don't be tattleteling. Get to work, boyo. It's not my first rodeo." And she just like whips around and flings a bunch of spoons through the air, and they land perfectly in a line on this tray.
That being said, he'll kind of make his way over and start trying to organize it, and throwing I guess, yeah, just trying to organize all the dishes, utilizing all of his limbs.
Okay, give me a d6 for organization.
4.
4 succeeds. It's a struggle. It's kind of loose footing. There's a bunch of squishing, rotting food under your feet most of the time as you pick these dishes and plates and other utensils out of this rubbish heap and place them on these little floating platforms. It's a chore, but you make headway. As you kind of do this, we'll turn back up to the doctor. What are you doing there, doctor?
I imagine I am trying to find anything else I can do. Like probably trying to find the laziest task in the kitchen and just looking like I'm busy. So I guess trying to I don't know, it would be like deception, but I don't know how to phrase it.
Okay, we'll say we're gonna call this skill look important. And give me a D6
Okay.
for look important.
All right. Let's go with the little blood die. 4.
It seems to work. The old lady kind of glares at you from down in the pit for only a moment, but then she gets back to work, and someone comes walking by who is clearly a supervisor, stops, looks you up and down as you have your arms folded and poised, kind of watching. Maybe you give like a fake command or direction. You point to something down below, and as this officer kind of inspects you, he's like, wow, cadets are rising ranks fast these days, I guess. He kind of wanders by. No repercussions.
Crushed it.
As you guys are as you're up on this platform, a bit of an alarm sounds, and these yellow lights start flashing, and out of nowhere, these little conveyor belts that are bringing in dishes, they all kind of halt, and from a huge dump up top, the ceiling kind of opens up, and a mass of this, what you guys are dealing with already, just like the leftovers from like a cafeteria type of a situation. You've got like trays, plates, forks, cups. It comes crashing down upon all of you, and even you, Doctor, kind of up at the top of this like platform. Even you are currently buried waist deep in this process, and during this process, you realize the old lady and Stitch or 626 have been completely buried by roughly 10 feet of this refuse, this cafeteria discardings, if you will. So we will turn to Stitch real quick. Suddenly, as you're kind of as you get everything nice and organized, you get a flow down to everything. The first couple of drones fly off with a full load you had neatly stacked and sifted through, and a huge pile of garbage comes down, crushing the drones and burying you in it. You are surrounded by darkness suddenly, but as you kind of feel yourself, you are otherwise okay. You can't currently see anything as you are completely swallowed up by this cafeteria discarding. So how do you proceed there, 626?
626 will kind of be baffled a little bit, just completely caught off guard, but will kind of make his way to the surface and kind of almost like get out and just kind of have his torso sticking out and kind of looking around, kind of confused, and maybe looking up and seeing uh, seeing Dr. Dick there, just looking at him and being like, I don't know. And then maybe look around and see if I can find, maybe search in the rubble for grandma there.
Okay, so before you break surface, go ahead and give me a d6 for burrowing through trash. Or we'll call it just burrowing in general.
Yes. Okay. 6. Yes.
Nice. You succeed. You kind of burrow through this trash, kind of similar to like a rodent would in a normal earth. And as you kind of burrow your way through, you find a large cavern of this trash, and you see at the center of this cavern is this little old lady, and her tentacles are flailing in every direction. And you notice right away, due to your burrowing skills, her secret. This little old lady is like bisected at the torso and has a several feet of a mouth, and she is not separating the refuse from the plates and utensils as much as she is eating it and not consuming the cups, plates, forks, knives, all that. And that is her secret. But go ahead and add burrowing 2 to your skill set as you find this old lady and then quickly find your way to the top of this heap of garbage. And Dr. Dick, you see after being just smothered in garbage, you see 626 and this old lady do essentially emerge. And due to the old lady, the massive pile of garbage does slowly begin to subside as she continues her work.
Well, I'm glad I was here to make sure that everybody was okay. And by my trained eye, it seems everybody's fine. No major injuries or anything. Thank God I was here, though. And he just runs his fingers through his hair.
Go ahead and give me a d6 for, we'll call it bullshit.
That's a 3.
Go ahead and grab an experience point. As the old lady's eyes kind of narrow, she says, I'll be talking to the counselor about you, cadet. Right off the get, you can't. You've been on the clock for an hour. You can't throw an old lady a hand. But you're such a gentleman. She pats 626 with a slimy tentacle, and then makes her way.
I think 626 would maybe kind of try to take a little page out of her book and try to maybe eat some of the cleaner plates or lick off some of the cleaner plates and eat them.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a d6 for eating.
Five.
You start housing some dishes, and you find it's a lot easier to organize them rather than have to stand in near or around a pile of rotting foods. So it definitely helps you complete the task. You start getting it done, and between you and her and the doctor's supervision, it does, after a few hours, the bell kind of whistles, and you guys are relieved back to the common area. As you guys
instead of going back to the common area, Sam would try to go to the science bay to get that poop analyzed.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You make your way to the science bay, and as you kind of get there, there's a sign that says "Gone to lunch," but none of the lab equipment is locked or anything. Everything's open if you would like to potentially run your own test.
Well, yes, I'm a scientist.
Okay, yeah. So as you go ahead and well, tell me which would you like to test first, and what are you testing for specifically?
Let's start with the 4-footer composition so we can determine whether this person is eating healthy or not.
Okay, go ahead and give me a d6 in your, I believe it was General Science 2.
So is it 1d6 or do I roll 2d6?
Two would indicate 2d6 in the
right.
way the skill sets are going to be laid out.
Just making sure. 6 total.
You determine that it is probably one of the larger primate species, maybe something similar to like a Wookiee type of alien that is on the ship. And they definitely have a high protein diet. But aside from potentially, needing maybe some stool softener, they are otherwise healthy.
Good, that's important. He'll jot down notes in order to make sure that everything is properly documented, of course. And then he will test the banana cream shit to determine just what kind of creature shits whole bananas.
Okay, before you give me another general science roll, go ahead and give me a d6 for your paperwork. We'll call this documentation.
All right. 4.
Legible enough. You might have skipped a box or two here or there, but it's the unimportant things, so nothing to worry about.
Excellent.
Okay, so give me another general science roll too, as you and what are you going for? Trying to figure out what type of creature this is.
Yes, because he's never seen fecal excrement such as this, so he's curious as to what species this would come from.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me that general science.
No.
Unfortunately, that is a fail, but you do gain an experience point. But you cannot deduce in the time you have in the lab what sort of excrement or what sort of creature leaves these type of excrement.
And he'll once again just document everything. And then, having concluded his studies, he will leave.
Okay, give me one more d6 for proper documentation.
5.
You dotted the T's and crossed the I's and everything.
Perfect.
So, for the rest of you guys who kind of return to the cadet main floor, the cadet academy, or the cadet floor, the main hall, if you will, you guys find that they are serving lunch. Like it is a tray that comes out with a spoon and a fork, and on this tray there are two plates and a bowl. In the bowl is some steamy hot white mush, and on one plate is a red jiggly pile of mush, and on the other plate is a blue jiggly pile of mush and or paste. And this is lunch. You guys are being served the midday meal, and you and other cadets kind of gather around this. Like it's basically a cafeteria. Think like high school. You get in line and you go through the line and you get your tray, and they put a glob of each of this weird stuff on your tray, and then send you out to the benches to sit down. And a lot of you find yourselves together at a table. And so go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed from here.
So, how was everyone's first day at living duties? Any fun, interesting things? Any drama, gossip, anything of the sorts?
Stitch, not even listening, is going to just take his like whole tray and literally just like eat the whole thing, tray and all.
All right, yeah, go ahead and give me a d6 for eating.
Amazing. 6.
Go ahead and add eating 2 to your skill list as you eat the entire tray and do not spill a single thing on it. You know, all one massive gulp. Cadets kind of come and go all around you guys. You know, some look worse for the wear. One of them looks quite traumatized. He smells quite bad and seems to be, you know, shaky and twitchy and, you know, holding a single bathroom scrubby as he kind of, you know, stares wistfully off in the distance, really, really doubting some recent decisions.
My God, you look awful, man. Let me have a look at you. And he's gonna like jump up and kind of tassel his hair, and then when he gets close, he'll kind of like peel back from like his eyes water a little bit from the smell, I assume. And he just says, "Jesus," and he tries to like assess if this man is okay.
Ooh, okay.
He appears to be in shock.
Go ahead and give me a d6 for a medical assessment.
It's a 5.
You determine that there is definitely a little bit of recent trauma for this guy. Also, he's covered in shit.
Well, if I were to diagnose it, I think you've had a shitty experience that's traumatized you. Here, eat this Jello. I've lost my appetite. And he'll just like hand him his Jello from like he'll reach his arm out as far as he possibly can, kind of lean his head back and away from the smell, and turn around to the group and just say, "Thank God I was here. I'm a doctor, you know." And he'll just sit back down.
Oh, you're a doctor? I didn't actually know that.
Oh, yes. I'm surprised you didn't notice from my name tag here. You know, they stuck me in the kitchen, but I'm technically qualified for much more. One of these days, they're gonna see that. And so, Sean, if you don't roll a 6, do you get an XP, or is it only if you fail the roll, like you roll too low?
I'm actually rolling a d6 against you guys. So sometimes I roll a 6, sometimes I roll a 1.
Ah.
That is how we are determining. And so sometimes you guys will pass the roll, but only a rolling maximum increases your skill. So if you're using do anything 1 and you roll a 6, well, whatever skill you're using becomes, you know, skill 2. Now if you're rolling with skill 2 and you roll a pair of 6s, then we will determine, you know, another a specific skill, you know, skill 3, you know, and you'll roll 3d6s, so on, etc.
Okay, so basically you'll tell us when we fail and get an XP because you're rolling behind the screen. All right.
Correct.
Word. Just making sure. Trying to keep track here.
All good, for sure. It's a new system. It's kind of fun. I'm digging it a little bit.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Okay, so as you guys kind of conclude your lunch, and the shit guy just kind of stares at this blob of Jello that was handed to him, the little bell kind of rings again. Ding, ding, ding. Cadets, please report to your official duty stations. This will be your last task of the day. Ding, ding. And it kind of tunes out, and the cadets casually finish their lunches, and then the many doors kind of slide open now, and they make their way out. I think we are going to do this in reverse order. Well, no, we're going to do it in kind of the same order we did before, but so Sam, as you go to report, you really didn't even make it very far towards the cafeteria as you kind of spent your lunch doing your own thing. But doctors, researchers, other scientists, they all begin to gather in this massive like laboratory and continue their experiments and research. And you do kind of get kind of dragged into a situation almost as an intern. At first, everything starts casual. A few people come in, they turn on the lights, the coffee pot gets going, but out of nowhere, some doors burst open, and it looks like a rock of some kind is in this glass container, and it is squirting juice all over the inside of this like aquarium it's in, and these scientists are rushing this rock on, like in this container on a gurney, and they rush it into the lab for immediate identification, and you're kind of roped in. They're like, they hand us the scalpel and a couple of these other tools. They give you a command, tell you to bring them some specific instruments. So let's go ahead and have you give me a d6 for identify instruments.
All right. I've tapped out every, I think. 6.
Oh, perfect. Identify instruments 2 is now one of your skills. As you bring some of these doctors and scientists the tools and things they need to analyze and scan this weird specimen that they're all kind of panicked about, you kind of learn a few things about it along with them. It's raw materials that kind of from this mysterious planet you guys are currently orbiting. And some of these raw materials were resembling various funguses. And once brought aboard, they seemed to animate, and the specifics of what kind of damage they caused are not talked about, but apparently they caused some sort of damage somewhere. A few people may have gone to the med bay over it, and nobody knows what this like living fungus is doing. It's like squirting juice and webs and spores in every direction in its little containment facility, and you guys are as they kind of like dissect what they can about it, they deduce that the remnants of this mushroom type entity, this like fungus that was found on this planet, definitely has some sort of like hallucinatory like properties. Like it is a potent poison that likely causes hallucinations and possibly permanent nerve damage. Like this thing is a super toxic specimen, and it is something that they just got in from planet side. So as these doctors are kind of like dissecting this thing and going over it and doing what they do, how do you kind of react? What do you do in this situation?
When he's not in the middle of grabbing them, whatever they're yelling for, he will be basically a stensilographer for them and just keep taking dictation just because he's got forearms, so he's grabbing tools and writing notes and everything else.
Okay, give me a d6 for dictation.
4.
Go ahead and grab an experience point. And too many people are talking all at once. Some conversations are two people talking to one another, and it gets you get a majority of it, but with all the conversations going on at once, you might have missed a word here or there. But you do what you can as you're kind of going through this situation.
So I'm just trying to keep track, taking notes, occasionally asking one of them, can you repeat that? I would like to jot it, or I would like to take note of it for further research.
Okay, go ahead and give me one more d6 for research.
4.
They do speak slow and concise enough for you to kind of go back and get what you need. They are definitely patient with you, and they kind of chuckle and give you a hard time for being a cadet, a rookie, new to the scene, but they welcome you nonetheless, and they go back to inspecting this weird specimen. Moving on up from there, we are going to go to 626. You end up reporting to the military wing, and there are several other gung ho cadets, young, strapping lads and lasses, very muscular and in shape. And as everybody kind of arrives, this captain, this general, this leader type of figure kind of steps forward and says, "Well, we're going to give it to you straight. Not all of you are going to survive. In fact, you're the replacement crew from whom we lost when we last went planet side. So, it's going to be a tough, intense training, but we're going to get you ready for war. You guys ready?" And he, the collective cheer from the crowd as everyone salutes him, and he begins kind of shouting orders, getting people prepared for this, that, and the other thing. 626, he points at you, and he points to a table full of gear. He says, "Get yourself equipped, private, and make sure you are well equipped and that you know your gear. You could be deployed at any time from this moment forward. Get it together. Move out." And he points to this long line of these many tables with tons and tons and tons of a variety of outer space wear. The things you would expect the military to have: guns, armor, various bits of wrist and handheld technology for all kinds of recon and communication, or even a bit of spy gadgets and things like night vision goggles and the lot. So as he kind of gives you free reign of the armory, Stitch, where do you go? What is your first go-to? How do you equip yourself as a soldier of the fleet?
Stitch is gonna go to kind of where he's comfortable and familiar with. He might be kind of looking around to see if he can find any sort of like plasma pistol, multiple of them.
Go ahead and give me a d6 for find weapon.
I rolled a 2, but could I burn my experience point?
It doesn't help you succeed, but you can absolutely burn the experience points to gain the skill find weapon 2.
Perfect.
As you look about for some plasma pistols, alas, as you're kind of making your way towards one, the very last one gets checked out as you're several people in line behind several other soldiers, and you watch some plasma pistols get issued to other cadets who have other duties. And unfortunately, you didn't quite make it there. But there are a plethora of supplies here. So, still currently, with no pistols in hand, how do you go about equipping yourself?
I might look around and see maybe what there is for like armor, or maybe like a uniform. Is there like a standard uniform that we have, or that we're supposed to?
You are currently wearing a bright red onesie. This seems to be the cadet uniform.
All right, he might try to find some sort of maybe like vest, or yeah, just kind of maybe like a some sort of armor, or maybe accessory, yeah, for his hand, like a watch or something, some sort of technology.
Okay, give me a d6 for locate technology.
3.
Oh, I rolled the 1. You succeed. You end up, you come up on, you get choice. There is a suit of actual like intergalactic armor with like these like Kevlar plates that looks kind of badass. Yeah, it's very kind of almost like a Master Chief type of look and feel to it. But there is also this like bit of wrist technology that if you press a couple of buttons, you are completely surrounded by a small force field. You in your own little impenetrable bubble for a short period of time.
Looking about, Stitch will go ahead and reach for the wristband there. Ooh.
Perfect. Yeah, as you kind of grab this wristband, and now you have the power, the technology to just shield yourself from incoming attacks at a whim. And as you kind of look about this massive warehouse full of gear, what else do you think you would want on your person? You've got yourself a bit of a shield now. What are you looking for in the form of weapons and or tools?
As far as a weapon, I think he's going to try to find, see if there's any like, uh, I don't know. I know that we were out of the plasma pistol, but maybe if there's some sort of plasma weapon or just a weapon in general, maybe like a rifle of some sort. Whatever's kind of left seems like everybody got to the good stuff first.
Okay, we'll call it. Give me a D6 to scavenge weapon.
1.
As you are kind of going through these, what remains, it looks like it's been picked over really quite thoroughly. There you find what you can't believe it. It's shiny, it's chrome, and it is a desert eagle from an era long past. But it is sitting in front of you, this handgun from thousands of years ago, but it is a 45 no a 50 caliber handgun. It is in fact a hand cannon, if you will, and you discover it just laying upon the discarded other various weapons. And as you kind of collect it, you now have a big ass gun.
Oh, amazing. So maybe with that, he'll kind of like look around and just see if there's like any extra like ammo or anything for it, just laying around.
Okay, we're gonna call this a general scavenge supplies check. Go ahead and give me another D6.
4.
You do manage to find a holster for it, but aside from the clip that is already in it, you do not find any other ammo. But go ahead and grab an experience point.
Never in my life did I think I'd be playing a game where Ditch had a Desert Eagle.
And as we kind of move along, we get to the engineering bay where Dax has just shown up. And Dax, as you kind of walk through the door ready for your first day, it's in crisis mode. There's like a red alert flash. You see several people running to and fro, screaming, hollering at each other. Bring that tool over here right now. We got to seal this leak on this level. And they, just people, just chaos. People are running around. You see this massive room full of wiring and pipes and just going in every direction. There's scaffolding that goes up and down several floors in this room, and everything just seems to be wired to this or piped to that. It is just a bit of chaos, and all of the workers seem to be scrambling about trying to fix something or another. And as you kind of enter the room, tell me how you proceed from here.
Oh boy. He's gonna stand there stunned for about 10 seconds and then um, look around for some sort of like clipboard or like, or I guess we're in sci-fi, some sort of like tablet or something like some sort of like device or like I don't know, like I don't know, like a futuristic iPad essentially.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a d6 of a find device.
Find device. Oh no, that's a one.
As you look around, even though this is like a high tech spaceship, it looks the room you're in currently looks more like a steel mill slash like smelter. It is hot. There's sparks and wires flying. Pipes are erupting with steam, and you don't see a whole lot of fancy upgraded technology in or around the vicinity. But go ahead and grab an experience point.
Okay. Um. Shit. Okay. Uh. Walk up to someone who looks like they're in charge, like someone high, like one of the officers, I guess.
Okay. We'll call that identify crew. Give me a d6.
Identify crew. Rolled a three. Yeah, I'll keep that. No, I rolled a three. I'm gonna burn an experience point. I feel like that could be a useful skill later. Identifying crew.
Okay, for sure. As you gain the identify crew 2 skill, you look about, and with all the chaos, it looks like maybe something has burst or ruptured here or there. Several guys are covered in a bit of oil, other guys are covered in a bit of soot. And you do not seem to locate, at least clearly, who is in charge at the moment. So go ahead and grab another XP.
Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna walk up to some random person then and just be like, can I help at all? What's going on?
One of the guys just kind of screams at you. Fuck, Larry was just wandering about and he came a little too close to whatever they brought aboard. It's fucking crazy. He lost his mind. He started swinging a wrench at fucking everything he could get his hands on. Fucking busted up with everything real good. We got several breaches and a lot of the steam pipes here. We had to fucking put him down. We couldn't stop him. He did quite a bit of damage. Make yourself useful, boy. Go down a couple levers and plug some of that oil holes. He hands you a wrench and gives you a shove. Welcome to your first day, cadet.
Yeah, try my best. Okay, so what he told me is one of the engineers got too close to some material they brought in and just lost his shit.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna make note of that, and then just head down to where the direction he pointed and try to find some leaking oil to plug up.
It takes no time at all. You go, several rungs down the steel ladder, and looking right before you, you see one massive pipe kind of following this catwalk that you're on, and at three separate intersections, there are like bursts in the pipe. Somebody, used a sharp object and swung it really hard to puncture this pipe, but there are three separate leaks, and this thick, black, viscous oil is slowly like glooping out of them. And you are. Tell me how you proceed from here.
Well, Dax O'Houlihan does not have an engineering bone in his body, but he's has a wrench, and the guy gave him a wrench, so he's gonna assume that the wrench can fix this job. So he's just gonna try and start tightening shit. Just any random bolt he finds, he's just gonna try and start tightening it with the wrench.
Okay, go ahead and give me a d6 for, we'll call it pipe repair. We'll call it plumbing. Plumbing
Okay.
2 or plumbing
There's
1.
a plumbing theme in this. All right. Oh no, that's a 2.
As you kind of go ahead and grab an experience point, as you kind of turn the levers, whatever you did, whichever lever you began to turn, increased the pressure in the pipe, and now the oil, instead of slowly coming out, is coming out quickly. And not only that, but the knob you're turning breaks off and begins to spray oil as well.
God. Are there any other engineers close by?
That guy kind of looks over the ledge and screams down at you, "What the fuck are you doing, cadet? Get it together! Come on, hurry up!"
Oh God. Okay. Do I see any other tools around me, or like tools or like materials to like plug this up or something? Like
Okay.
I don't like a terry cloth or some other some other sort of tool.
Give me a d6 on find tools.
Okay. Oh, that's a 1. I'm gonna burn an experience,
Okay. Yeah.
but it's a 1.
With a 1, you run over to this toolbox left kind of on this like scaffolding you're walking on, and you throw it open, and inside is a single porno mag and nothing else.
I'm gonna like roll it up so it's in a cylinder, and I'm gonna try and shove it into the broken bolt thing that I snapped off and try and plug it with the porno mag.
Okay. Give me a d6 for plug hole.
Plug hole with porno mag. Oh, that's a 5.
You successfully stop the leak at
Hey,
at least at the area where you had ripped the bolt out of the wall on accident.
hey, I count that as a success. Um, yeah, I guess I'll keep trying to help where I can. Um, I use my trusty wrench some more and try and stop more leaks, or like find that the Irish fella again, see if there's anywhere else I can help.
He directs you to the flowing pipe. He says, "Fix that! What are you doing, man? Come on, cadet! You wasted how many years of academy training? You don't even have it. Do it!" He's like getting red faced and pointing at the at the leaking pipe.
I'll go back to that pipe and try and fix this one.
Okay, go ahead and give me. We'll call this just a general repair d6.
Okay, general repair. Come on, motherfucker. That's a 2. I'll burn another one. I'm failing a lot of rolls, so I'm getting a lot of XP. So I'll burn another one.
Okay, go ahead and gain that as a skill, but also you
Fail.
get frustrated from turning various bolts and things to no effect, and you smash your wrench into the pipe and burst another hole in it. There's now
Christ.
4 holes, and you're not sure what language the Irish or Scotsman is speaking in at this point, but every once in a while, you piece together what you think are some possibly like racial slurs. Like, it's getting bad. He's calling you every name in the book.
Oh God. Can I? Okay, so I burst another pipe. Can I look around again to try and find um, some sort of like sealant, like not just because all I'm working with right now is a fucking wrench, and that's not going to fix a burst pipe. Can I find some sort of sealant, like whether it's an adhesive, like glue, or like liquid cement type deal, or like some sort of tape, like plumber's tape?
I mean,
Anything like
you
that?
went to the academy to be an engineer. You might have a pocket full of this or that. Go ahead and give me a produce. What'd you say? Glue or something? Go ahead and give me a produce product D6.
Use product. Okay. Come on. I don't have to change these. Go with this guy. 6! Fuck yes.
Okay, so take a produce product as you produce product two. As you fish around in your pocket, you do happen to have a vial of super glue in one, and go figure, a big roll of duct tape in the other.
I gotta use all that shit. I'm gonna squeeze duct tape, or not duct tape, squeeze the super glue like all over the pipe, and then just quickly wrap over the super glue with the duct tape and just all the adhesive. Try and fucking seal this pipe.
Okay, we are going to do this one more time, and we're going to call this a general unfuck technology roll.
I love that. Unfuck technology. Oh, boy. 4. Please roll lower than a 4.
Success. You managed to duct tape and super glue your way to success. And you look to, the Scots Irishman looks to have taken a breath from calling you names for several minutes. He might make it. The color begins to return to his face.
I
As
love
we
it.
move up from Dax, we are going to go to Dr. Richard. Dr. Richard, you had to report to the medical bay. As you do so, it starts off kind of slow, very similar to a clinic. You're just kind of the office help. But all at once, very rapidly, several soldiers come through the ER. And it sends the doctors and nurses in a tizzy, and they all go to trying to cure the ailments of these soldiers. They're all wheeled in on gurneys, and they're all hooting and hollering, and have suffered various wounds. And go ahead and tell me how you proceed.
Uh, ooh. I think he kind of like looks around and he's just like, now's my moment. And he's totally not important at all for what he's actually assigned to do. But he's like, let's go, people. Like, we trained for this. We went through school for this. We got this. We got to get these boys back on their feet. And he's just like trying to be the hype man for everybody because he's otherwise useless in his current position.
Oh, give me a D6 for Hype Man.
That's a 2. Can I use an XP to get hype man 1?
Yeah, you can go for Hype Man 2. However, it does not help you in this
For
certain
hype man 2.
situation as several people kind of wander by and they kind of look at you with a curious eye. Like, really? Really? You're not going to help? I mean, you're dressed like medical staff, so, I mean, they roll their eyes as they continue on caring for those freshly admitted to this emergency room situation.
And in the chaos of everything, could I maybe try to look around and see if there's anything that might be of use to me? Maybe some medications or utensils that might be lying around in the chaos of everything.
Oh yeah, you're in the medical bay, so I mean, there's various medical supplies all around. Go ahead. What are you looking for specifically?
Specific anything easy to pocket, like medications. I think he could scoop pretty easily. Anything that might prove useful. If there's, I don't know, maybe like scalpels or, I guess, yeah, mostly medications. Then I don't really think I need like a syringe or anything. So
Okay, go ahead and give me an identify meds D6.
okay, that's a 3.
Go ahead and grab an XP, but alas, as you're kind of looking at some of these, some of them you recognize, but only the common ones. Like, oh, that one's Tylenol, that one's aspirin. Everything else is written in some weird ass alien galactic language that you are not familiar with.
He's still gonna pocket it. He just doesn't know what it
okay,
does.
yeah, for sure. Go ahead. Are you doing this brazenly, or are you?
Oh no, he's gonna try to like he's like nobody's paying him any attention, so he's realizing like in the chaos, he's kind of like now's his chance, and he's just gonna try to like sneakily pocket him.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand. D6.
That's 6.
Oh, go ahead and take the sleight of hand skill, sleight of hand 2, as you don't know what some of this alien medicine is, but you put it in a lab coat and then don it, and now you have a lab coat with several pockets full of medicine. As the medical staff are running back and forth, hollering at each other, some equipment you've never seen before gets rushed in, and starts doing some sort of procedure on these soldiers. But how do you proceed from here?
Mm. If they're bringing soldiers in, I'm feeling pretty confident after my recent sleight of hand. I'm gonna offer my services as a trained medical professional to like aid them, whether I'm like pushing gurneys or like whatever they need, grabbing utensils. But I'm gonna use that opportunity to attempt to see if I can pickpocket anything useful off of the soldiers.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead and use your new sleight of hand 2 skill as you kind of step up and begin helping out with some of the soldiers.
All right, 2d6. Holy shit! It's a 6 and a 6.
Ooh, so this is where we got to get a little more specific than a sleight of hand. We're going to call this just outright pickpocket, and we're going to call it pickpocket 3. So you've attained pickpocket 3, and yeah, it's not hard. All in the hooting and hollering as they're kind of rolling about and complaining about their wounds. All too easy to pick their pockets, and you find a data pad. And this data pad is similar to a cellular device nowadays, and yeah, you managed to pocket that as well with no one any the wiser.
Sick. And then feeling satisfied with his new finds, I think he's just gonna try to maybe like basically be as helpful and as like over the top outgoing and charming as he can to just try to like get in good with some of the actual doctors while he's here. Just try to be like helpful, be like the go-to guy.
Okay, we'll call that we'll call that happy nursing. Go ahead and give me a happy nursing d6.
5.
You succeed. You get in good with the doctors. You see where you can implement yourself where you are needed, and you kind of help smooth out some of the rough edges in this emergency situation. You glean a bit of information. All of these soldiers seem to be suffering from laser rifle wounds, or wounds associated with laser rifles, and acidic burns. And it is a bit of both all over all of their bodies. And so that's kind of what you glean as you kind of help these doctors.
Okay, gotcha. Would I know like anything that might like would this be obvious that like they're fighting like the bugs or whatever, and that's where the acid burns are coming from? Or like if they're being shot by other laser rifles, is it like a warring faction? Could I gauge any specifics, or do I just kind of like know what the wounds are but not the source?
Go ahead and give me a medicine check essentially.
5.
You would deem, I mean, you know that these military rifles are pretty keen, and if they were to hit somebody square, it would be blowing holes in them, not leaving these burn marks. So it's almost like a ricochet or some sort of maybe like shrapnel of some kind that seems to be affecting these guys. And they have these burns that they have all over their body are chemical burns. They're very similar to how a sunburn would be. They're red, blotchy, sensitive areas, some areas missing bits of hair altogether. And, it looks like this is not only come into contact with their skin, their hands, their face, and stuff, but it's also eaten away, pieces of their clothing and whatnot. They clearly came into contact with something acidic.
Okay. Would I be able to pull a sample um, of that acid for testing? I guess.
Are you doing are you doing this subtly or over the counter?
No, I think he'll call it out and just be like, "It appears these wounds have been afflicted by acid, in my professional opinion." And he'll like make a move to try to like gather some of it for a sample.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me. We'll call this medical science D6.
That's a 2, but I'll spend an XP to advance that.
Okay, finding a sample is just a bit too hard. You don't actually come across any. It looks like whatever it was ate into these guys and their equipment, and then ceased to be. So finding a sample is really hard. But go ahead and get medical science 2 as a skill.
Alrighty.
With that, your guys' work days kind of winds down, comes to an end. And, another familiar bell. Ding, da, ding, ding. Cadets, please report to the cadet level for your own private time. Ba-ding, da-ding, da-ding. And it goes off. And so you guys kind of make your way back to the cadet deck, where it's basically this kind of like cafeteria type of area. And once again, dinner is served. There is a soda fountain kind of just appears out of a slot in the wall, and this very cafeteria line kind of goes through. And this time you guys are being served peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in a tube, alongside a dozen deviled eggs in a tube, alongside a spinach casserole in a tube. So you essentially have three different colored tubes as you guys sit down in the cafeteria once again. And once again, you guys find yourselves sitting at the same table. And you have acquired Shit Guy, who is now no longer covered in shit. Still a bit twitchy and traumatized and despondent, but he seems to also have joined the party. So, how do you guys proceed from here?
I'm wondering if I would be able to go back in time a little and see if I could have scooped a sample of the liquid.
So retcons can totally happen, but you have to burn an experience point to do so. But we can make it happen.
Okay.
Okay, so we retcon back to when you were doing your work in the lab. How do you want to go about getting a sample from this creature?
Well, as they're running around and he's just throwing in instruments and pulling them back, if he grabbed like a blade that had the acid on, he'd just kind of scrape it off into a syringe or a tube.
Okay, and do you have any skills you would like to use for this in particular?
Um, the only one I would have would be general science. But
Okay, yeah. We'll say that in this guy's haste, he's trying a variety of different utensils, different probes, different, this, that, and the other thing. A scalpel here, sort of like a tuning fork there, and there is like a tray full of these various tools that have been poked and prodded into this creature. So go ahead and give me a general science to roll to collect a sample effectively.
10.
You pull it off. You manage to put a bit of a sample of this in a little sterile container and put it in your pocket, and nobody is any the wiser.
Then coming back to the president inside the cafeteria, he would pull out his notes as he's kind of looking at them and holding up this tube with this liquid in it and just writing down more observations while he's eating and just muttering, fascinating.
So, did anyone else have a bit of a fucked up afternoon?
No, I had a very exquisite afternoon.
It was a
Dr. Dick will run his fingers through his hair and just be like, I had an excellent day. I was a hero after all, and found some cool stuff. Speaking of, I got something you guys might be interested in. And he just kind of like shakes the pill bottle and looks at everybody.
That is a very nice pill bottle. I'm glad you showed it to me.
Yeah. You'll probably like what's inside even more.
I would assume a pill.
That it is.
What does the pill do?
If you don't know, then maybe it's not for you.
Fair enough. Well, apparently one of the engineers got a little too close to one of the raw materials they found, and he just lost his goddamn mind. And he just started breaking shit. They fucking killed him because he wouldn't calm down. He just went crazy. I had to fix a pipe. 2 pipes, actually. I fixed 2 pipes. One with a porno mag, which I'm a little upset I didn't get to look at a little closer, but I had to do my job. Um, but yeah, so apparently there's fucking rocks that can make you just lose your shit that they might be bringing on board. So maybe just don't get too close to rocks.
Well, I'll show him this stuff. This right here came from a rock. Now, according to the research being done, it will make you feel high and get aerolized, which I assume has to do with the high part. Perhaps it is an anti-levitation cream.
An anti-levitation cream. I kind of want to try it, but I also don't
Oh,
want to lose my mind.
that would be awesome, as it would then give me more data to help with the research of this strange material. And I'll get up and just dump the tube onto Dax's.
The tube
Can
of
I try
food
and
or the material?
No, the material.
jump out of the way?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a dodge d6 there.
Oh,
and this is actually going
God.
to be versus, we'll say this is versus Sam's General Science 2. So your dodge
What the
1
fuck?
versus his General
Damn it.
Science 2.
Roll 2 ones. That's a 3. Please roll 2 ones.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Bye, Dax.
I pour the cream on him, and then I'll sit down and now, how does it feel Is it a warm sensation, a cool sensation? Does it feel wet? Does it feel dry?
As you kind of blot this weird like cream that he's just kind of dropped on your head, you take you touch it with your hand and bring it down to your face, and this weird kind of like purple cream seems to like flow back and forth by itself before directly absorbing into your skin and hair. It's gone. There's not even a residue or a trace of it, but whatever it was, it for sure absorbed into your body.
Do I
True.
feel any different?
We'll call it. Well, give me a D6. We're gonna call this one self-diagnosis D6.
Self-diagnosis. It's a 6. Fuck yeah.
Ooh, self-diagnosis 2 on your skill sheet, and yeah, you kind of you do feel a little different after this cream kind of rubs in. Things are a little hazy. You feel like maybe you might have you joined a safety session or maybe had a few beers. Your things are a little hazy. You almost feel a bit drunk, but other than that, fine.
Can I stand up and just jump in the air? Just take a little hop.
Go ahead and give me a D6 for jump.
5.
You jump with ease and grace onto the table of one of these cafeterias where your friends are eating their dinner around you.
Well, I guess it wasn't a levitation cream. I do feel a little bit funny. But I am not floating. So write that down in your notebook there, Sam.
Oh, I am.
And I'll just sit back down and just start slurping down deviled eggs out of the tube.
All right. And with that, gentlemen, I think we're going to have to take a break real quick because my eyeballs are floating. So give me 2.5 and we'll keep this rolling.
Right. Well, I did say literal.
Oh God, what's gonna happen with this purple cream that just absorbed into my body?
Yeah.
I got something.
Have you seen the documentary Alien?
It's just gonna come bursting out of my chest.
Start singing.
It's definitely an interesting method. This game.
Yeah, I like it though. I have some interesting stats.
Well, I mean, I can identify a plunger.
Yeah, I have so far I have cheekiness, keeping it light, ID crew, find tools, general repair, produce product, unfuck technology, and self-diagnosis.
Damn,
Damn.
you got twice as many than I do.
I was gonna say I only have fucking burrowing, eating, and find weapon.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 5 of those were from trying to fix the 2 leaking pipes.
That was perfect, though. Yep. Oh my god, no, it was nothing. Oh, it was getting worse.
It's yeah, just making things worse.
Like the fact that we're about halfway through and we have the skills that we do. Like I'm rocking hype man, sleight of hand, pickpocket, and medical science.
You're a
Dude,
rogue doctor.
he's a faith doctor.
Yeah.
Really is.
I'm basically Nurse Jackie.
No, you're Terry, or yeah, that was your name, wasn't it, Terry? Just in space.
Oh yeah.
I guess I could kind of like convert and go down the that path of like the fake faith healer.
Hey, go get that pig leg.
Okay,
Oh man.
so as we can continue this bit of the scene at the cafeteria with you guys finishing your rations for the day, the bell kind of tones, ding ding ding. Please proceed to your personal quarters for personal time until otherwise summoned. Cadets, have a great night. Ding ding ding, and some cadets finish their meals, and others kind of wander off down the hallway to their individual dorms and things. So, how do you guys proceed from here? Anything you want to do in particular before claiming your rest for the evening?
Sam would just go back to his room and readjust his notes onto whatever computer type object they have in order to prepare for tomorrow.
Okay, give me a transfer note. No, we'll say it. We'll call it transfer information. Go ahead and give me a d6.
2.
You do what you can. Go ahead and grab an experience point.
He's just too excited and he can't finish his notes because he doesn't know fully what happens to Dex. But that'll be it.
I think Dax is kind of feeling himself right now. He's feeling pretty good because this weird cream shit that just absorbed into his skin and hair. Um, he's just gonna kind of wander around the ship and just kind of not going anywhere in particular. Just maybe just wandering around, just listening, see if anyone's talking about anything interesting. Maybe seeing if he hears anything more about the situation that happened today.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead and give me eavesdropping d6.
Eavesdropping. All right. Another 6. Fuck yes.
Oh, nice. Eavesdropping 2 as a skill now.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, you do kind of come across. What you come across is what is known as Charlie Team. Now, Charlie Team is they're coming to the cafeteria area, and these guys are like rock hunters, surveyors, mineral specialists, and they're all looking for signs of valuable or rare resources that could be harvested to better the fleet. And you hear them over talking about how this planet that we're orbiting has a fuck ton of gold. It's the entire planet is almost 50% gold.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think he'd just like hear that and then just like, oh, interesting. And then just keep wandering around and then like just wander around for a bit and then go to bed.
All right, and 626.
I would imagine 626 is probably, in his private quarters, and he's sitting and looking at this desert eagle that he has, and maybe just practicing like quick drawing it, just kind of just pulling it out really quick and targeting and aiming quickly.
Okay, go ahead and give me a d6 for quick draw.
One.
As you're practicing, you're tossing it around. Go ahead and grab an experience point. As you're pulling this, very shiny pistol out and about and flashing it around, it gets caught in the holster, and you give it a tug, and you give it another tug, and it just doesn't quite come free. You have to put in some effort in two hands, and as you rip it free, it fires, and it fires a flag that says "bang," but nothing else.
he is just going to drop it on the ground, like almost like when you see like someone give up their weapon, like the ring, like with a finger, it just kind of like rolls off his hand and just drops it on the floor, and then just falls on his back.
All right, and Richard, Dr. Richard, to be specific.
Did I catch any of, any of what's been going on with the group, or were they kind of? I guess I'm trying to figure out my relative position there.
I mean, you guys had you spent your guys' free time together, and you casually talked about what your goings on throughout the day. So, I imagine you're fairly well informed, and in close proximity to the other members of the group.
I think. You know what? I've got a new data pad. Can I use the? Oh fuck! I don't even know what I'd use it for. You know what? Can I just try to sell the drugs? I don't even know what they are. I'm just gonna try to make a little quick cash off of them with whoever's nearby, since we're kind of in a public area.
Ooh, go ahead and give me we'll call it a D6 for drug deal.
That's a 4.
You find a cadet that's looking a little twitchy. Sorry, the mic's wigging out on me for a second. You find the shit covered cadet from earlier is looking a bit twitchy. He's, he looks to you as you kind of come over with some medication. Says, he looks. You're a doctor, right? That's gonna help, right?
Yes, sir. That's Dr. Richard Stroker. You can call me Dick. And I got what you need. And he kind of shakes the pill bottle at him. Says, a couple of these will set you right. And he just pops like 2 of them out.
He gives you a ration card for a couple of pills.
Dr. Dick's always around. And he'll just kind of like saunter off back toward the group.
As he takes these alien drugs, he gets a bit twitchy in the corner, but he seems otherwise unaffected. So, as you guys kind of go about your evening rituals, you each find yourself in your own private little, sleeping cubicle, sleeping cubby, if you will. And you all fall into a deep slumber on your first night on the Starship Stealth, the SS Stealth. And as you guys, get in this bit of peaceful slumber, you have a rude awakening. Red alert. The computer monitors pop down in every room and every hallway and continue. Red alert. This is a worst case scenario. This is not a drill. Abandon ship. Head to the escape pods. All of your guys' doors open, and a somewhat panicked, but still orderly, but moving hastily crew of cadets, dozens and dozens, begin to file down these hallways in the direction of the escape pods. How do you guys proceed?
Dr. Dick's immediately just going to call out to the crowd and be like, nobody panic, everybody single file, make your way. Women, children, and medical professionals first. I am a doctor. Points at the name tag and just kind of like tries to prioritize himself in the crowd.
Okay, well, I like that. Give me a prioritize self D6.
That's a 1, but I'll burn my last XP that I have to to get prioritized self.
Okay, it's not your last because you gain 1 for failing. So take an
Ooh,
XP point.
perfect.
But yes, prioritize self 2 is now on your skills. As you kind of call this out, people in a panic are like, no special treatment. Wait, I'm a doctor too. Yeah, I'm a medical professional. And it causes like a ruckus, and it has the opposite of a desired effect. There's now a panic. These people are screaming and trampling each other down this hallway to get to these escape pods.
Sam would have got up, collected his papers, and started making his way, just kind of using his arms to bull rush. Just, excuse me, science.
Yeah, I like that. Give me a d6 for bull rush.
4.
Success. You manage to make your way down this hall swiftly, throwing the occasional swiveling on your heel or throwing the occasional elbow as you make your way through, but you do make your way swiftly.
I would imagine Experiment 626 would have gotten up, uh, grabbed his so-called Desert Eagle, pushed the bang flag back inside of it, and and back into the holster, and would have similarly kind of charged, but kind of like feeling like a Marine. He's the front line of defense. Push his way to the front if he could to try to just get ahead of everyone and kind of help lead.
Okay, yeah, we'll call that. We'll call that. I'll give you your call. You can either make that a leadership d6 or an assert dominance d6. Your call.
Let's go assert dominance.
Excellent.
I rolled a 5, but can I burn a point for that?
Yeah, I rolled a 3, so you succeeded, but go ahead and make assert dominance 2 an official skill. You succeed in pushing your way forward to the front of the line and getting up next to the escape pods, and from there you direct kind of this crazy crowd. They kind of look to you for what to do next, and rather than being crazy and unruly, it appears that for the time being you have control.
He'll just be kind of like muttering nonsense to them, just kind of in foreign alien kind of language, just kind of like just say, just kind of like pointing different directions.
And they kind of somewhat try to gauge what you're talking about, and go ahead and give me a direct traffic d6.
3.
Go ahead and grab an experience point. You muck this all up. You tell too many people to go to different different escape pods, and what seemed like leadership quickly turns into confungled chaos as you have crisscrossed all the wires and the lines and things. Nobody's really sure who's next or what escape pod to take. You've kind of created a problem more than helped.
I can imagine it's like he's pointing in different directions, but like all of his arms are pointing in different directions.
As the crowd thrums by, Dax, how do you make your way down this crowded, kind of semi-violent confusion crowd?
Uh, can I, when I first wake up from these alarms, can I use my self-diagnosis skill to see if I'm still a little fucked in the head?
Oh yes, go ahead and give me a self-diagnosis 2 roll.
Uh, Damn, that's only a 5.
With a 5, go ahead and take an experience point. As you kind of, you do like the diagnosis. You check your blood pressure, and you're thinking to yourself, you take a blood sample to maybe give to the medical bay. Also, why not a cheek swab and a urine sample and probably a stool sample and probably a hair sample, and you kind of go off getting all these samples, and you're pretty sure you're okay because the you in the mirror said that you're normal and everything's fine and don't worry about talking to people, and you do start to hear whispers. You hear whispers in your mind, and they're all talking about a place called the Hive. And it sounds like, it's a jumping place. Everybody wants to be there. Come to the Hive. Are you coming to the Hive? Can you get to the Hive? It's all you hear in these kind of dull whispers in your head.
Oh boy. Okay. The Hive. Oh man, that Hive sounds pretty great. It sounds better than all these fucking alarms going on. Um, he's gonna fucking just book it for an escape pod to try and get out of here. Also, maybe see if he can try and get to wherever this fucking Hive is, because the Hive clearly isn't on the ship. So he's trying to get the fuck out.
Okay, go ahead and give me get the fuck out of Dodge D6.
It's only a 3.
Go ahead and grab another experience point as you barrel into the crowd of panicking people and are immediately trampled. You are being stepped on by these panicking people as they step on you and rush down this hallway.
Can I burn experience points to keep that get the fuck out of Dodge skill?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and get the fuck out of Dodge 2.
All right, but yeah, I guess after I get trampled, I try and get back up and just do my best to follow the flood of people to escape pod.
All right. As you kind of make your way there and see the confusion created by 626. But essentially, you guys all... Did I get all of you? I think I did. You guys all make your way into these escape pods.
Quick question. If you have multiple experience, can you burn multiple to get several levels? Like, can you drop 2 experience to get up to level 3 on something?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Duly noted.
So, as you guys all make your way into these escape pods, the escape pods all jettison, all these personal pods, just big enough for a single person, and you are rocketed out into space. You see this massive ship, the SS Stealth, the Starship Stealth, before you as you rocket away. And as you look on, you see massive explosions as the ship seems to be breaking into multiple pieces all at once. Off in the distance, you plummet towards this large purple planet with white clouds. And as you descend, the cryo gear kicks in and puts you all to sleep. As you plummet towards this planet, you all awaken several hours later. The cryo work in the pod takes a bit to thaw for your own safety, but essentially all 4 of you land in close proximity to one another, and these pods just kind of give a bit of hiss as they open, and each of you steps out onto this alien planet. As you kind of take immediate gauge of your surroundings, you see, pretty much in all directions, hot purple sand and rocks. Like, there's extreme exposure here, but there's breathable air. But the sun is high in the sky. The earth and rock and sand you guys are standing on is not only purple, but it's like reflecting the sun's heat. You guys are put in like almost like an alien type of desert situation. The sun's beating down on you. You freshly emerged from these escape pods. It is just the 4 of you together how do you proceed from here?
Allow me to inspect and make sure that everybody's fine after we crash landed on this alien planet. He'll kind of just like go around and check on everybody, make sure that, nobody got injured in all the chaos.
Do you have a particular skill you'd like to use?
Let's go with medical science 2.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me a medical science 2 roll.
That's a 5 and a 6.
Ooh, an 11. Superbly done. Looks to be like everyone, is fine. Not even superficial wounds, not even small scrapes or bruises. Everyone's gear seems to have functioned properly. A tip of the hat to fleet technology. But you do notice with that high of a roll, Dax, for sure, has 2 mushrooms, one growing out of each ear.
Okay. And can I burn my last XP to get medical science 3?
You can.
Sick. All right. He'll lean into Dax and just be like, I can't help but notice you've got foreign mushrooms growing out of your skull. Was this a pre-existing condition, or is this something I should be a little bit more afraid of? And he'll kind of like step back a little bit, almost as if he's like worried it's contagious.
Dax will kind of like, I guess, put his hands up to his ears and feel the mushrooms. Yeah, no, those definitely weren't there, but I'm sure it's not too big a deal, right? That's not that weird. Can I try and like pull on the mushroom, like just gently to see if it's like, you know, connected, like if
How
there's any
lodged is it?
pain? Yeah, like is there
As
any
you
pain if I start to gently pull?
as you go to pull the mushrooms out of your ears, the whispers kind of intensify, and they're a bit louder than they were before. And these voices outright, "Oh, don't do that! That might hurt the hive. Just don't worry about that. Don't. The mushrooms in people's ears are normal. There's all kinds of species that bow to the hive, and it's totally normal. Don't worry about it. Don't touch it." And as this fungus kind of whispers these words into your ear, go ahead and give me a resist fungus d6.
Okay, it's a 5.
With a 5, you pluck the one of the mushrooms from your ear. It comes along with the whispers in your head, kind of screaming like out in pain, but they dull like significantly. Removing one of the mushrooms from your ear diminishes the whispers in your head by about half of their volume. They're still there, but much quieter after you've plucked one of these mushrooms.
Do I feel like, can I do like a self-diagnosis to like, I don't know, do I feel better, like more clear-headed now that one of the mushrooms is out?
Go ahead and give me a self-diagnosis roll. I think self-diagnosis 2. Did you take it as a skill? I think it's
Yeah,
2. Yeah.
yeah. Oh God, I rolled dog shit. 3.
As you kind of assess this, you don't know what to make heads or tails of it. You're not sure if the voices are real or a hallucination. You are just kind of you at wit's end. You're not sure.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of look at the mushroom that I pulled out in my hand and just kind of drop it to the ground and just be like, I'm sure it's not a big deal. Like, the whispers got quieter. I think I'm fine. It's okay. And then just kind of start uh, looking around the escape pod to see if I can find any like extreme like hazardous environment gear, since we're in the middle of a fucking desert.
Okay, and so to be clear, you have one mushroom growing out of each ear. You just pluck the one mushroom, or did you pluck both mushrooms?
I think he would just pluck the one because with that kind of shitty self diagnosis role, I feel like he's just like, eh,
Okay, perfect. Go
like
ahead. Go ahead and give
yeah,
me a search roll d6 for to find some gear in this escape pod. Or what are you looking
can
for
I
in
use
particular?
um so I was wondering if I could use find tools or produce product. I don't know if either of those would fit, so that's up to
Oh
you, but
yeah,
I find tools or
absolutely.
produce product.
Absolutely.
But
If you would prefer to
yeah,
use one of those skills, go ahead and use one of those skills for sure.
yeah, but kind of looking for, I don't know, like some sort of uh like something to protect the skin from the intense heat, like whether it's something to like cover the body, like a hat, or like if it was like some sort of like topical cream, like sunscreen or something like that, just something that like maybe that was would be in like an emergency pod for hazardous environments.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a roll.
Okay. That's better. It's 8.
With an 8, you do find some gear. However, it's not anything super high tech. What you do find are a couple of parasols and a 1 gallon pump action jug of like SPF 9000 lotion.
Jeez. All right. Yes. Yeah. I just pull that like gallon jug out. And just be like, well, guys. It's pretty hot here, and we're never gonna find the hive if we don't lotion up, and we die from exposure. So, and then he's just gonna start pumping out sunscreen and lathering up his face and arms.
The whispers in your head indicate that the hive approves of the moisture application.
Oh God. Yeah, so he's just gonna kind of start lathering up, offering it to anyone else as he's working.
Yeah,
As
the
a
go ahead.
trained medical professional, I highly recommend that we all lather up, and he'll definitely take you up on that.
And can Stitch kind of waddle over and grab that mushroom that he pulled out of his ear and just kind of pocket it?
Are you trying to do so sneakily or just kind of openly grabbing it?
Well, it's just no, not sneakily. Just gonna grab it.
As you grab this mushroom and look at it, it turns to a powder in your hand, and the powder kind of, poofs a bit, almost like the shroom itself just turned into a bit of almost like an explosion of spores. And as this you basically don't have a solid mushroom, but you do have a handful of mushroom spores.
Okay. I guess he'll just kind of with the spores, he'll just kind of maybe just drop it to the ground and maybe just kind of wipe his hands of it. Uh, yeah, he was looking for just the one.
As you kind of try to wipe your hands of it, you notice that the spores are very sticky and kind of purple, and that they do eventually absorb into your skin.
I guess he'll go over and maybe put his arms out to wait to be sprayed by this cream here.
Yeah, 626 approaches the doctor, just kind of waiting to be lathered.
Hit me, doctor.
I would like to use my medical science to lather him thoroughly.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a medical science roll.
That's a total of 12.
Ooh, is that 2 6s or is that a 3 skill?
No, it's a 6, 4, and a 2.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you head to toe, you lather him despite him being mostly covered in hair. You fight the calyx and you make it happen. He's a little like lotion monster looking thing.
Perfect.
I'm gonna try to like also eat the lotion as well, almost like a dog that's being sprayed with a hose. You know.
Oh yeah, go ahead and give me an eat roll.
All right. So with an eating 2, I got a 6 and a 5. Can I burn a point to get another 6?
Absolutely, you can. You succeeded, but if you would like to go to eating 3, you may upgrade your skill for sure.
Oh yes.
And as you kind of consume this lotion, it's got a berry flavor, and you feel almost like extra protected from the heat, inside and out.
Perfect. Oh, this is gonna backfire so fucking bad.
Seeing if I see the mushroom growing out of Dax's other ear, Sam would take his testing tweezers and walk up and pluck the mushroom out of his ear.
Ooh, go ahead and give me. We'll call it. Well, you're using your medical tweezers, so we could. I guess we could go with the. I don't know. Do you have any skills in particular you'd like to use?
Nah,
Okay, let's call it a
just
pluck d6 to pluck this mushroom.
3.
As you go to pull on it, similar to like pulling someone's hair, Dax kind of just comes with you. Kind of a bit painful. Dax is almost like somebody pulled your hair as he gives a good tug on your ear mushroom. It does not come loose, but the voices in your head do not approve.
Yeah, just turn around and just kind of swing to slap at him, slap at his hands. It's like, get off me!
settle down. This is interesting research, especially if this came from that liquid that you let me apply to you last night.
I don't know where it came from, but they they don't like when you pull on the mushroom. So I think we should just leave it there, and it's all fine. Everyone don't have anything to worry about.
They, who is they? And he'll look at the other two.
Well, the hive, obviously. I mean, it's the hive. They're the hive. And they don't like when you pull on the mushroom. They just start yelling in my ear, and it's very loud, and I don't like it either.
Fascinating. So it appears as though the fungus is a parasitic and it has taken over and it is trying to guide you towards its nest in order to feast upon you. Let it take you so we may see these creatures in action.
Well, confused. You're not directly opposing, so I guess it's fine. All right, yeah, let's go to the hive. I mean, I've heard from the whispers that it's a great place, and I think we would all really like it there. So I think we should go to the hive. Sam knows what's up.
As you start marching, and then I'll turn and go back to the others. So, He's going to be taken to a hive in order to be feasted upon. Now, since it took him using a pornographic magazine to fix a plug, it is probably the best use he will have for his future. I say we let him stay ahead as we stay about 20 feet back to just observe.
Stitch is going to pull out his Desert Eagle and just kind of look around and be like, and if he makes any sudden moves, kill him.
If it is to protect yourself, yes.
Okay.
Well, there's safety in numbers, and every group needs a healer, so I suppose I'll be following along. I'm pretty curious to see where this goes, in all honesty.
Stitch will follow, but have the Desert Eagle pointed at him, and hopefully not anyone else knowing that it's a fake.
As far as they can tell, it looks like a real Desert Eagle. Currently, only you know its secret. Okay, so as you guys kind of pick a direction and begin marching, I'm going to need one of you, any of you, to go ahead and roll me a d6.
Why don't you take that, Dax?
Who's going to decide the future of your fate?
All right. That's a
That's
6.
so funny. Oh,
The hive leads me.
As you guys kind of march on, as the planet turns, its sun fades beyond the horizon, plunging the temperature hundreds of degrees in seconds. You guys have traveled miles from your pods, and everything around you turns into shards of ice as this bitter cold kind of sets in all around you, and night takes this side of the planet. Just from your experience in the wilds and your academy training. You guys, without a significant source of shelter, the clock's ticking. You guys have about an hour before you all freeze to death. How do you proceed?
Look for shelter.
Go ahead and give me a find shelter roll. We'll call it find shelter D6. We'll call it a survival D6.
Is there anything I could do to aid him? Like use Hype Man to like boost his confidence and maybe like I don't know, try to encourage him to find a really good spot?
So
I'm not sure.
if you can give me a good example of using Hive Man to kind of help him out, giving the help action in Roll for Shoes is effectively giving him a +1 to his D6 roll.
Actually, you know what?
Or
I would
a
like to
+2 if you have Hype Man 2. So technically it'd be a +2 skill.
I would actually like to use prioritize self, and I'm gonna look at him and just be like, listen, I can keep everybody alive here, but the thing is, you've got to keep me alive. So we need a really safe spot, primarily one where I specifically am very safe, and then I in turn can help everyone. So really, you should be looking for a place for me, and everybody else can come second to that, and I'll just I'll keep everybody going, right? And he's just gonna try to make himself seem important to try to make it a priority for his safety.
I will allow it. That's great. So go ahead and add a +1 to your roll there.
That is +2, sir. I have
+2.
prioritized self too.
Prioritize self 2. Go ahead and add a +2 to your roll.
Well, then that'll make it a 6, and I'm burning an XP to get that doubled. But it'll be a 6 total.
Okay, yeah. As you seek some shelter, you find what appears to, as far as you could see while you're traveling in the day, it's just purple rocks and sand, but there's like a fissure in this great rock, and it's big enough to, house the party, a small cave, if you will. And you guys venture inside, kind of getting shelter from the frozen wasteland that the planet has become. Still very cold, but not in immediate danger of dying. You guys crawl into this deep, dark, dank fissure. Little light, and still surrounded by this cold purple stone. The starlight and moonlight, you guys can see kind of like the entrance of this little dark cavern you guys have kind of wandered into. So go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed from here.
To keep with my taking notes, he would begin to sort of dictate, this is a very fascinating experience. We've seen possession, we've seen self preservation at the cost of others. I'm fascinated to see what idiosyncrasies you will exhibit, staring at Stitch.
Stitch will kind of look around, kind of not even really aware. Let the stuff like soaked into him. He'll just kind of him and kind of point the Desert Eagle over at Houlihan.
No, when faced with tough situations, such as we are, different people or figures go through different uh, modes. Take, for example, the doctor over here. He attempted to make it seem as he was being selfless that he be saved. Yet it was a very selfish desire that he prioritized himself. So
He's
I'm
got to.
interested to see what you do.
He'll look at the doctor and just kind of go.
I think he's gonna try to pretend like he's like not acknowledging it. But he's definitely fucking terrified of you.
Ooh, go ahead and give me a d6 of hide fear.
That's a 3.
Your expression is hard to hide. You're kind of wearing it on your sleeve, if you will. You definitely look terrified as Stitch kind of waves this Desert Eagle, very chromed out and very much loaded. You could tell.
Just who gave the creature a gun? I mean, does nobody else have a problem with this? He's waving it around. I mean, it's one thing if it's for protection, but he's gonna shoot somebody. And thank God I'm here when he does. But like, we could just prevent it entirely if somebody took it from him.
He's military. It's his duty to have the firearm.
He will keep me safe as I follow us to the hive.
Oh, I see. You fear he will shoot you and then attempt to eat you. Ooh, is this going to devolve into cannibalism?
uh, and Stitch is going to just kind of wave hit or kind of not aim at the at Dr. Dick, but just kind of be like, "Ooh," like asserting his dominance a little bit and being like, "This man, he's scared, scared, help her, scared."
Go ahead and give me an assert dominance roll.
Oh, not great. 6.
I rolled out a 10. Unfortunately, go ahead and take an XP point. But your words fall upon deaf ears, almost as if speaking a different language. Perhaps they don't understand, or they just don't care. The rest of the party does not seem to take you as serious as you take yourself.
I have a mushroom in one of my ears, so I probably can't hear that well.
So, the kind of chill begins to set in as you guys are alone in this dark cave, just kind of huddled about. How do you guys proceed from here, cadets?
As it's getting colder and we do not have any blankets, we should cuddle together for warmth.
Can I use a produce product skill to see if I have anything flammable or anything that could start a fire? Or if I'm not sure if there's any wood around to burn, but
Yeah, go ahead and give me a produce product roll.
it's 8.
Ooh, nice. With that, it's not like proper survival gear, but from your antics earlier, you do have an oil covered, half torn up porno mag and a zipper, not a zipper, a Zippo full of fluid. So a Zippo lighter and an oil covered, torn up porno mag.
Got a porno mag and a zipper.
Dude, you're so sketchy.
Listen, I didn't get it was not my fault. I have whispers in my head. Anyway, so you'd be like, well, guys, um, if I die from a cold, I can't get to the hive, which is my new purpose. Um, but I have these things that could start a fire. Does anyone did anyone see any trees or any sort of burnable brush or something? Maybe we can start a fire.
And Stitch maybe like try to scavenge or find something.
Yeah, go ahead and give me. Is there a skill in particular you would like to use?
Oh, I mean, there's nothing I think that I have that's really applicable. I mean, I have burrowing, but I don't think I'll find any roots or anything.
Okay, yeah, do anything one still works. Go ahead and give me a scavenge d6.
Goddamn, 6.
Go ahead and
Hey,
add the scavenging 2 skill to your repertoire. And yeah, you kind of scamper off down this deep, dark hole. And you come back with a creature. You scamper off down this hole and return, and when you do return, you have this very blob-like creature. It has it looks like almost a slug, except for it's translucent. It's almost see-through, kind of like Jello, and there is a single eye in the center of this slug. And as you pick it up and bring it back to the party, and you present it to everyone, this slug kind of once you've kind of played with it a little bit, it begins to glow, and its slime is kind of glowing. But as you kind of come into contact with it and present it to the party, you realize also it's kind of burning you. It's burning your hands. It's hot to the touch. It's like and where you've touched this slug-like creature, it seems to be almost like acidic. It's eating away your hair and fingernails, and it's not the most pleasant thing to hold. You kind of hot potato it, but you have found a slug, a weird alien slug.
So he kind of like hot potatoing it, being like, "Yeah, I found something. Ha, 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 ha," and kind of lop it over, like hot potato it over to uh oh my gosh, Dax over there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want
this very acidic type of slug just kind of lands in your hands, and immediately upon contact, it's kind of burny. It feels, like a sunburn, irritated, an irritated sunburn wherever you touch this creature at. But you hold it, and it kind of, its one weird floating eye just kind of looks at you, kind of cocks to the side, confused, kind of studying you.
I just kind of drop it to the ground. Um, well, it's not a pile of sticks, but it's warm, and maybe it'll burn. Should I use this to start a fire?
Yeah, yeah, Meridian approved. Yeah.
Okay. I just light the Zippo and light the oil-soaked porno mag, and just drop it onto the slug.
As you do so, the slug reacts to the oil and the fire, and just before your very eyes, the slug transmutes into a solid piece of rock. But upon second look, it's not rock, it's coal. And you have effectively started a fire with this large burning piece of coal. Just warm enough to keep the party alive and just bright enough to offer a bit of light into the tunnel. And as you look down into the tunnel, you see hundreds of these slugs slowly slugging about in random directions.
What the fuck? Did the slug just turn into a piece of coal?
I should make it clear. I'm only a doctor for humanoids, so I'm a little out of my element here.
Fascinating. So the slug-like creature was able to transmutate itself into a hardened substance.
A flammable hardened substance. It's warm. It'll keep me alive so I can get to the hive. I'm happy.
Sam will go and investigate another slug and poke it and prod it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a medical science roll.
One.
Ooh, you poke it and prod it, and it pops, similar to a water balloon. A big splash of acid covers not only your hands but your face, and gives you a good solid burn. You react as if you have it's a chemical burn, but not a serious one. But your hands and face are now significantly reddened, as if they had suffered a sunburn of some kind.
It's caustic in nature.
Can Stitch kind of ready the SPF 9000 or whatever it is toward him, but not spray it yet?
Yeah, for sure. You ready to blast some of these slugs with some SPF?
All right, let us rest up, and when the sun comes up, we will be able to move forward some more.
Okay, so you guys kind of cuddle together or huddle together around this fire, this burning chunk of once alien, now alien coal. And you guys keep yourselves warm throughout the night as the sun breaks the next day. A lot of these slugs kind of retreat from the cave mouth deeper into the more cooler elements of the planet side. But as you all kind of awake, first things first, Dax. both of your ear mushrooms have come back. And on top of that, you have a patch of like not only pulsing blue mushrooms, but they grow in all of your like pubis regions. So you now have mushrooms coming out of your armpits, out of your crotch, and out of your chest, and they are undulating blue mushrooms, and the voices are very, very loud, and they insist on sustenance and water immediately. Also, Stitch, you wake up, and a couple of weird little mushrooms seem to be glowing out, one growing out of each ear, and a bunch of whispers in the back of your mind, talking about a place called the Hive. It seems great. It seems like it's some sort of clubhouse or fancy organization, but these whispers, they seem to be talking it up.
Ah, and he'll kind of take both of his top left and right arm and hands and just kind of push the mushrooms back into his ear.
Okay, are you attempting to remove them or undo what has been done, or just keep them inside for an aesthetic?
Just kind of just like instinctively, like just try to, I don't know, maybe like he was trying to get him out of his ear, but I don't know, like just kind of like it was a discomfort and just kind of push it in, or maybe trying to get it out, but pushing it in accidentally.
Okay, yeah, you kind of like plug your ears, even though the mushrooms are coming out of it, and it does. You squish these mushrooms down deep inside your ears, and it does muffle the whispers quite a bit, but they're still there in the back of your mind.
Maybe he plugs his nose and then kind of like pushes out, like when you're on an airplane for too long and your ears are popped.
You pop your ears, and the mushrooms return to their full glory.
Uh, can I try another self-diagnosis now that I see like the mushrooms spreading? See if I have like a moment of. Actually, can I burn an XP point to make the self-diagnosis a 3?
You can go ahead and give me a self-diagnosis 3 check.
Okay. See, maybe I have a moment of clarity. Try and rip these off of me. Oh, nope, that's not gonna do it. Oh, 7.
I got an 11, so go ahead and grab an XP point. But, as you kind of inspect yourself further, these new patches of mushrooms, these new patches of fungus growing upon you, um, you know, uh, uh, you're worried at first, but the whispers, the voices in your head, quite loud now, are telling you not to worry. It's all part of form and function. You're a great host, and think of what we can accomplish together. Ah, wonderful.
Oh yeah, you're so right. Oh, I'm sorry I doubted you, mushrooms. Let's get to the hive. I just say that out loud.
All right. So, as you guys kind of leave your bit of shelter and begin taking pace once again, you guys in this purple landscape of hot rock and purple sand, you travel for some time, the sun beating down upon you. But off in the distance, you see smoke. And as you approach, off in the horizon, you see what appears to be in this purple desert landscape, laying there smoking and smoldering, is a large piece of what was once the SS Stealth, the Starship Stealth. and charred, smoking remains, the occasional crackle and zap of disconnected power wires and things. But as you guys kind of approach this very desert landscape, a large chunk of your once spaceship stands before you. And how do you guys proceed?
Can we search for any like potentially useful items that might have survived the crash?
Does
I
anybody
was going
have?
to say,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Stitch might try to find a weapon if there's anything laying about.
Oh yeah, give me a find weapon 2 roll.
I can. Could I potentially help him with my fine tools? Would a weapon be considered a tool?
Yeah, you can give him the help action. Go ahead and add a +2 to your roll.
Okay. I got a 6 and a 5, plus a 2. So that would be, you know,
Oh yeah, for sure success. You kind of make your way over to the rubble, and you toss a panel aside here, and kick some sparking wires to the side there, and you do eventually come upon a soldier. He looks to be completely mangled in one of these like escape pods. It looks like his escape pod is damaged somehow. Didn't quite make it out. But amongst this mangled alien soldiers' things is a nice, a beautiful, silver, shiny laser rifle.
oh, this will do nicely. He'll kind of put the the Desert Eagle in his in its holster, confidently, trying to not show that it is a fake, and take the laser rifle.
All right, yeah. Stitch just kind of jumps in and starts digging through some of the materials as you guys kind of approach what is roughly, a piece of the spaceship, probably the size of a small house, sparking and flickering with lights here and there. So as Stitch kind of jumps in and begins scavenging, how do you guys proceed? Anything in particular?
Sam would be looking for any useful equipment. And
Any?
if I would be able to use identify instruments, things that would help us travel and maybe deal with cold or heat or anything else.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a roll.
10.
What you do find amongst this kind of wreckage, one thing in particular is a radio, like a two-way radio. You've come across a form of communicating with other ships or perhaps other survivors, if there are any. But you've definitely dug out a fancy piece of equipment out of this wreckage.
Then I will walk out and I found a telecommunication device. We should see if we could find anybody out there and send them toward our coordinates where we can meet up with them after we have been to the hive. Then he'll call out, this is Sam from the ship Stealth. We have jettisoned onto a planet. Does anybody copy?
You don't get a response at first, but what you do get is what you are sure is a Morse code for an SOS.
Unfortunate. It's others who are dying. They will not be our rescue and may hinder us.
So as Sam fiddles with the radio and Stitch digs through some of the wreckage, what is Dax doing in this moment?
I think Dax was for a little bit helping Stitch, just maybe kind of like kicking some debris around, trying to help him find, like, dig through whatever pile he was looking for. Um, but once he like sees that Stitch has found his buried treasure, I think he'd try and climb up to get like a higher viewpoint. So maybe like climb up on top of like the wreckage and see if he can look around and see if there's any sort of like structures or like natural landmarks or any sort of like if he's getting any sort of vibe from the whispers to point him in the right direction.
Okay, yeah. We'll call that, as you kind of climb to the top of this wreckage, we'll call that, go ahead and give me a d6 of, we'll call that Listen to the Voices.
Listen to the voices. All right. Oh no, that's a 3.
Go ahead and grab an experience point. As you listen to the voices, they are mostly chaotic. It's like trying to listen to 1,000 people talk to you at once, but a majority of the voices in your head seem to be concerned with your level of fluids and proteins. You should eat and drink something soon, immediately, perhaps.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess it's been a while since we, drank anything. Can I see if did we have any rations on us from the escape pod, or is that not something that was in there?
Go ahead and give me a produce product roll.
All right. God, I've rolled dog shit. That's only a 4.
With a 4, you have a single granola bar in your pocket.
I will eat the granola bar.
Okay, great.
um, and I guess maybe I'd maybe look around, especially feeling that kind of like drive from the whispers. Maybe look around the wreckage to see if there's any sort of rations or water skin, or I guess I don't know if it would be water skins. So used to high fantasy. Any sort of like rations or like flasks of liquids
Okay, yeah.
for
Do you have a
drinking.
skill in mind that you would like to use?
Well, I don't think rations or water would be tools, so I can't use find tools. And no, I don't think I really have anything for that.
Okay, so give me we'll call it a survival d6.
All right, give me a 6. It's a 4.
So go ahead and grab another XP point. As you kind of sift through some of this wreckage, you do find a mysterious blue glowing liquid that's dripping from one of these wires, and you go over and supple upon it to find out that it is in fact wet paint of some kind, not actually something fluid you would desire.
I immediately make myself throw up, and then just try and find the rest of the group. Join up with us.
Weirdly enough, you vomit a pile of mushrooms,
Of
and they
course.
all sprout legs and run in different directions when they hit the ground. Nobody else really sees this. You see him dry heave a little bit, but you, Dax, for sure see a pile of mushrooms erupt from your face and then just run in random directions, tee-heeing as they go.
Can I do it? I think that would be a little jarring. Can I do another self-diagnosis to see if I can j- get myself out of this again?
For sure. Go ahead and give me a self-diagnosis roll.
I think even if you're going a little bit crazy, if you vomit up running mushrooms, that might be enough to question yourself. Okay, that's better. That's an 11.
With an 11, you're pretty sure that you have deduced that these parasitic mushrooms may or may not have some hallucinatory properties of some kind.
I would walk up to Sam. Hey, so I don't think these mushrooms they're not they're not cutting it. They're growing more. I'm starting to throw up, and threw up mushrooms. They're running away from me, laughing. I don't know if that was real or not. It might have just been a fucking uh, hallucination. I gotta get these off. Can you? Just, I know you want to do your experiments, but you gotta help me get this shit off me. I'm starting to going down the rabbit hole. It's a bad trip. This is not good.
Well,
I'm starting
seeing
to believe that
as
you believe I'm a medical professional. I am a doctor, after all. I might be able to help with your mushrooms. And if I combine my brain with Sam's clearly large brain, well, I think we could handle this.
Yeah, I don't care who does it. Just I'm freaking the fuck out. I just threw up mushrooms that grew legs, and they laughed at me and then ran off.
In the background, you hear Ditch like, "Did you hear that?" And he kind of pulls out his rifle, looking around, probably just hearing voices in his own head.
The
He's got
whispers are
fucking
also,
mushrooms too.
yeah, the whispers are also encouraging Stitch to hydrate and find something to eat.
Yeah, I think Dax kind of like spiraling now.
yes,
Yes.
as the doctor said, I could pull mushrooms from you, but when what happened, it grew more yet. That is the extent of my knowledge. You should see the doctor because he may be trying to find a cure should the mushrooms take him, since it seems to be spreading. So his selfishness may help you.
When you say that
Doctor,
and basically reiterate that, like, it could be spreading and I could be next, you see him, like, kind of shudder and, like, start to sweat a little bit.
doctor, help.
Yes. I'll do what I can. Here, take 2 of these. And he gives him 2 of the pills from earlier. And then I guess I'll roll medical science 3 to see if I can do anything about his condition.
Okay, great. Yeah.
I'd take the pills, I guess. I'm
Oh,
freaking out at this point, and he's a doctor, so I just do what he says.
I rolled a 2, and a 1
Oh
for a
God,
5.
He
Oh,
did.
wow. Okay, so deducing the various side effects and parameters of this, type of parasitic fungus is quite hard, and you put some thought into it. But what you are sure of above all else is that the pills roaming around in your pockets are actually a very potent laxative, as immediately upon Dax ingesting them, he blows out the back of his pants. He shits profusely.
you
Dax,
gave that to.
as you cannot control this, just an explosive bowel movement, you kind of embarrassed and look back, as it trickles down the old pant legs. You swear you just shat a bunch of mushrooms that are also teeing you as they flee the area.
And Dr. Stroker is just going to look at him and be like, it's very important that you tell your medical professionals that you're allergic to certain medications when we prescribe them to you. this could have been avoided. And then just like tries to pot it off as if it wasn't his fault for giving him unknown medication.
Dax is just like turning around and just stamping. I don't know if the mushrooms are real or not that I shit out, or if it's just regular shit. But he's just trying to stamp out these running mushrooms. So I mean, it's a 50-50 chance that he's just stomping around in shit, or he's stomping on mushrooms.
You think it's a 50-50 chance, but it's a 100% chance that you are just, in a purple desert stomping on piles of your own shit, screaming about mushrooms.
Would I be able to see it? Because I mean, if I saw it, I would start shooting at it.
Go ahead and roll me a resist the voices d6.
1.
You also see these mushrooms, these little weird little shit mushrooms coming out of him, and in fact, they're like somehow blending out of his like red onesie unitard. These little blue squishy mushroom people are literally climbing out of his ass and trickling down his legs as he stomps upon them, screaming. But you see them too.
So I immediately start firing the laser rifle at the ones that are on the ground and running away.
Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it a weapons accuracy roll.
4.
Go ahead and grab an experience point. As you unleash this laser rifle, the kick was just unexpected. What was supposed to be a single shot turns into an uncontrolled 2 or 3, and you full on just blow a hole in Dax. This is just a massive hole in his torso, and he doesn't collapse to the ground or even really once the initial gore happens. You look at this massive hole in his chest, and the myconid just kind of sews the hole back together, leaving Dax in one piece.
So first of all, sorry about that, Dax. Second, can I just burn a point so that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, go ahead and take rifle accuracy 2, we'll call it.
Is he hallucinating, or am I dead?
He just shot you, and it hurt a lot, and the voices are super annoyed, but they put you back together right as rain.
Oh shit! Maybe they're not all that bad.
Sam would have started going through Dax's shit. Look for any of these mushroom samples.
go, give me a general science roll.
I think 90% of your science has been shit related.
9.
You can safely conclude that this runny stool does not contain any mushrooms.
They appear to be hallucinating. Perhaps as a way to convince them that there is more to them than there really is.
They're getting away. And I'll like start shooting off into the distance.
Go ahead and give me a rifle accuracy 2 roll.
Ooh, 7 total.
It's enough. As one of these turds just kind of rolls out from Dax's onesie. You manage to get a good shot on it, and then you splatter this turd across the wall, and then you take several more shots, shooting the turd splatter until there's not much left. Molecularly, on a molecular level, you've used this laser rifle to completely vaporize a spaceman's shit.
He'll kind of draw back the rifle and looking around, kind of nodding his head like he done good work. Like this, he did good.
with that, the little bit of the time you guys spend here, the sun's still kind of beating down on you. It is very hot. You guys are becoming very sweaty. But a call comes in over your recently discovered radio. It is garbled, it is kind of static, but from what you can tell, it comes in as, "Ah, this is the captain. I've sent an SOS. We could really use a hand here if..." And it kind of just is really hard to fine tune, but you are getting a strong SOS signal from this communication gear from someone claiming to be the captain of the SS Stealth.
There's the captain survived and has a radio and is trying to reach out. We should try and figure out where he is so we know where to go after we have been to the hive.
I will once again try to assert my dominance and say, "Please to find the captain."
Okay, yeah, give me a assert your dominance roll.
Yeah, I don't know if it's such a good idea to go to the hive anymore. I'm kind of freaking the fuck out. I just got shot in the chest. There's a hole that's no longer a hole. This is not a good day.
I mean, to be fair, whatever's happening it seems to be healing you, and quite frankly, I don't have any medical supplies to use my trained medical hands, so maybe it's best that you stick on the hive's good side for now, since they're seeming to keep you alive.
Yes, this hive seems to be making the doctor's job redundant. Perhaps this would be a way to replace medical professionals.
If you'd like to inject yourself with the mushrooms, but I think it's best that we only have one person who's testing out this, if you will, this humanoid trial. It has to get cleared, before a medical professional could actually utilize something like this. So, I'm not obsolete quite yet.
Well, luckily we have a larger sample size of 2.
Oh, this is fair. Well, I suppose we'll be able to test it on multiple species then. But until the trials are done, you're going to have to keep a regular medic around.
Speaking of other trial, how'd your assert dominance go?
I mean, it wasn't great. I got a 7 total.
Is that an assert dominance too?
Yep.
Okay. I rolled garbage, so you actually do succeed in this point. You kind of, the party kind of seems compelled to follow Stitch as suddenly, his ears perk up, he licks his thumb and puts it into the air as if calculating wind trajectory. He points confidently in a direction and marches off into the unknown. And using his prowess, he just seems like he's in control. He's asserting his dominance, and you find yourselves falling into line and marching behind 626 as you guys kind of venture deeper into this landscape. And it is not far, only around another rocky bend or two, and you see it. Green grasses and a bit of almost like a fountain-like fountain-like waterfall splashing down these purple rocks, and all around the this pond and this waterfall, all around this water on these purple rocks, are a plethora, a wide variety of mushrooms of different sizes, shapes, and colors. And in the center of this pond, you see what is a partially submerged escape pod. and you you kind of come upon this scene, this lake, this waterfall, surrounded by a plethora of this random colored funguses that seem to pulsate and flow with different colors, and in this lake you see this partially submerged escape pod. So tell me how you guys proceed from here.
Does the escape pod look like it's been there for a long time, or does it look like it was from the SS Stealth?
It looks like it was from the SS Stealth for sure.
Okay. Well, Dax is still just kind of like hanging in the center of the group, like trying to quell a panic attack.
Yeah, I guess Stitch would just kind of point at the capsule there and be like, "Look at the captain's in there."
Well, if somebody wants to pry him out, if he is in there, then I'll make sure that he's, alive. And if he's dying, then maybe I can patch him up. Or we can pump him full of your magic mushrooms.
Sounds like you guys have this covered. I'm going to investigate these mushrooms in water.
Oh, I guess we should get to the. So I don't want to go through the mushrooms, but we should get to the escape pod.
All right, so Sam, as you kind of turn your attention more to the biologicals in the area, these various growing mushrooms, tell me how you decide to interact with them.
Well, believing it has something to do with contact, uh, won't even won't touch them with his bare hand, but it's using tweezers to just kind of maneuver them around and taking notes.
Okay, is there anything in particular you are trying to glean? Any information specific?
No, just seeing how they compare to other mushrooms and fungus, if they seem to have any like living capability or just
Okay, yeah.
doing science for the sake of science.
Go ahead and give me a general science roll.
9.
With that, you do discover not only are these mushrooms highly nutritious and have some very good health properties, they are also very very much hallucinogenic, and some breeds of them are even parasitic and will invade a host and compel them to do what is best for the mushroom colony itself rather than the host's natural day to day. You glean a lot of info off of it, but yeah, so as you're kind of picking through and deciding which of these to maybe take a sample of.
Now, if there's one that's just giving off just nutritious, pick that one. Otherwise, probably leave them alone.
You for sure find a couple of just no side effects, just solid edible mushrooms. Weird purple space mushrooms, but still, edible and quite tasty.
Then I'll collect as many as I can, and then, yeah, that's it.
All right, so as you move around the lake collecting these mushrooms, let's go ahead and turn to 626. 626, how do you proceed in this type of situation?
Um, so I guess, I mean, so we haven't approached the capsule yet.
No, it is currently in the middle of this small pond that is being fed by a waterfall.
Okay. I guess Stitch would make his way like like to the edge of the pond and kind of maybe observe the water, see if there's like anything in there. Um, but yeah, I think his main concern, unless the mushrooms are pointing him in a separate direction, probably he'd be going towards the capsule.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of approach the water side here, it is clear blue water as far as you can tell. You know, surrounded by some of these mushrooms of varying sizes, but the whispers are kind of telling you to maybe eat and drink freely in this area. But aside from that, if you would like to approach the capsule, you get close. It's not deep water, but as you approach, you realize that the capsule is in fact still sealed and kind of lodged in a bit of mud. It does not look to have operated as functional as your guys' escape pods have. This one's gonna need a little outside help.
So just gonna kind of look around. I guess maybe while he's kind of trudging through the water a little bit, taking handfuls of it and kind of quenching his thirst as the mushrooms are asking. But I think he is going to maybe once he gets up to the capsule, is it just like I guess he would take a good look at it, make sure, like, see, like, the way it was positioned. If he's got to maybe burrow into the soil underneath the surface, he might have to try to find the an outside latch or some sort of escape mechanism.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a burrow 2 roll as you kind of burrow into the muck to see if you can't dislodge this clearly stuck escape pod.
Oh man, that is not good. 6.
As you go ahead and grab an experience point, as you dig deep into the muck and are splashing about the water, you do manage to knock enough loose to kind of shift the escape pod, but it's not quite enough to open it proper. And as you resubmerge after digging around in this muck, as you resubmerge in this water, immediately most of your lovely blue fur has been transferred into a glowing patch of blue mushrooms. You are just a little frizzled out mushroom monster currently, and the voices are very loud, but also very happy to be wet.
I guess Stitch will kind of resurface and kind of waving at the group. Over here, the latch. I think the captain's in here. And kind of like redive back down and just trying to grab their attention.
Okay, and we move to Dr. Richards. How do you proceed?
Yeah, if he's calling out saying he thinks the captain's in there, he's going to run over and try to use his medical science to, I guess, assess the condition of whoever's in there, presumably the captain.
Okay, yeah, give me a medical science roll.
That is a total of a 10.
Beat me on the money. So you kind of deduce as you kind of look into this not quite functioning escape pod. You see what appears to be an officer's uniform, but it is kind of ate up in a sense that whatever was in this capsule probably was human, but all you see is a humanoid fungus, like a large mushroom person, wearing the SS Stealth's officer's uniform. You no longer see anything identifiable other than a uniform and several mushrooms growing where hands and heads used to be.
Uh, Gentlemen, it looks like we've found the doctor, but or sorry, not the doctor, the captain, but he, well, he kind of looks like you guys are starting to look, and he looks over at the two that have been sprouting mushrooms and just kind of side eyes them. Um, and I assume like he's put two and two together that like this is what they are slowly turning into. Can he use anything like medical science to try to, I don't know, maybe see if there's anything that like staves off the growth or like slows down this like process?
Yeah, give me a medical science roll.
That's a 6, a 4, and a 2, so total of 12.
12 is enough. You note that from what you can see in this immediate vicinity, some of these familiar slug like blob aliens seem to be lurking in this, in and around some of these mushrooms, and you notice that their natural acidity seems to burn holes in several separate species of mushrooms. Perhaps you could concoct something with this type of creature if given enough time and a laboratory of some kind.
Perfect. He'll call out to the group and he'll use prioritize self if it matters and just be like, I think I've figured out a cure. These slugs, they secrete an acid that seems to stave off the growth of the fungus. Rather than turning you into a myconoid, we could reverse it. But you have to get me to safety and to a lab.
Dax is gonna hear that and then just run and jump on the closest slug.
They're very docile. They do not try to flee. They burn to touch, but you can hot potato one, and you definitely capture yourself a slug with a little effort.
I'm just gonna straight like fucking belly flop on top of it, try and splatter it.
You burst the slug easily. It pops like a water balloon, and you're covered in acid. And the bits of this acid that do touch your fungusy parts seem to wither and shrink the fungus. It falls right off of you, and the which does cause a bit of upset screams in your head. However, the more of the fungus you seem to remove, the less loud the voices seem to become.
Dax is just gonna be like laugh, crying, just like it's working. I think it's helping. Oh god, it burns. Oh fuck, but the voices are gone. Oh shit.
As you lather yourself up in this very caustic, acidic, burning kind of chemical, you do manage to free yourself from most of the voices. Yes. Not only does it leave sunburns, it also eats away most of your hair. So you're missing plotches of your hair, maybe a couple of eyebrows, definitely no eyelashes, patches of arm and chest hair gone entirely. But you do rid yourself of the fungus.
He's just gonna stand up and try and swipe some of the acid off of him, and then just give uh, Doctor Dick a hug. Like, oh, thank God you figured it out. Oh,
He's still
I
scissoring
was
and
going
popping.
crazy.
If you try to give him a hug, he's definitely going to attempt to avoid it because he's grossed out by you and your acidic slug goo. But then if he can like shirk away, he'll run his fingers through his hair and just be like, all in a day's work. After all, I am a medical hero.
Go ahead and give me all. You can use what dodge one or self importance two.
Oh, I'd definitely go self-importance too. Or would that fall under prioritize self?
That's what I meant. It's prioritize
Okay.
self too.
That's
Yeah, I
a
don't have
4 and a
anything
6.
for
I'm gonna
that.
burn, and then I have 1 XP. I'm gonna burn to make it a second 6, and that's gonna level it up to 3, right?
Correct.
Sick.
I can't be. I don't have anything that I could use to try and forcefully hug him. So if he got a 10, there's nothing I can do to beat that with 1d6.
Yeah, you successfully kind of talk him
All
down
right, roll a 6
from
though.
go. Yeah, technically, a max die roll would automatically give you a success. So go ahead and see if you roll a 6 or not. It's like rolling a crit.
I rolled a 6. I just I would that be like hug person?
Yeah. We will call it forced hug, as he clearly tries
Forced
to
hug.
escape from you. But your critical hit, if you rather, you land it firm and give him a good squeeze. He sizzles and pops, Doc, and he smells like you would imagine someone who just squished a bunch of slugs on all over themselves to smell.
Oh,
Thank you so
just
much, Doc.
oh God, why? Why does it sting? Jesus fuck! Ow! 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 God! Yeah! Ah! He's just like panicking.
I don't hold on to him for too long. It's a quick hug. And then I go back to like scraping off like the excess of acid and mushroom melted goop. Wait, where's Stitch? He can you can help him too because he's got the mushrooms in his ears.
No, no, no. And he puts a hand on your shoulder. He says, "I'm sorry. He's too far gone. We can't help him."
Stitch would kind of like with his ears back, kind of turn and hiss at him, and then jump into the maybe kind of follow through, kind of follow Houlihan's lead, and maybe picking up with each one of his four, hands these frogs, or not frogs. I'm sorry, slugs, and mushing them into his chest.
I
Yeah.
would like to use forced hug to smash the slugs between our bodies to make sure all the acid gets on him.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give
Ah.
me a forced hug roll.
Oh, that's a 9 for forced hug.
I'm going to use my rifle accuracy.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
Jesus.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I just come in to hug you and you just fucking drill me in the chest with a fucking rifle.
Point blank range.
Good thing we have a doctor.
Oh, God.
So Dax comes to give you a hug, and he's got one of these, a couple of these slug-like creatures attached to his chest, pretty much over his nipples. And he gives you a giant squeeze, and the creatures bursts, covering the both of you in this acidic slime. But it does wither and rot the mushrooms from you, and you hear voices no more.
He'll kind of like hiss, looking around, keeping his rifle firmly in hand.
It's okay, little buddy. We're gonna be fine. There's no more voices other than the voices that we talk with. Not the voices in our heads, though, which is the point. The voices in our heads are gone. Just put the gun down. We're fine. Try and like gently just push the gun down to his side, like so it's not pointed out.
And he'll allow it, but then he'll swiftly pull out his desert eagle with the other paw, or one of his bottom left hand.
Yeah,
And say,
Dax will just
"Never touch my gun."
Dax will just like raise his hands up and just slowly like take a couple steps back. It's okay.
Kind of hiss at him and put away the the desert eagle secretively or discreetly to make sure that nobody knew that it was a fake.
As you guys are kind of going through this, but having this little back and forth, a bit of a rumble can be heard, and as you guys look forth, before your very eyes, a massive mushroom grows from the center of this lake, pushing the escape pod out of the muck and raising it several feet into the air. This large red mushroom with white dots sits in such a way where it almost looks as if it is cradling this escape pod. And with a low hiss, the escape pod does in fact open. And this myconid, this mushroom person stepping out, you now recognize in a full-blown captain's uniform, but there's nothing recognizable about this captain. Completely overtaken, his hands and head by the local fungus. As he kind of steps out of this cryopod, he stretches and then looks about and then seems to notice the party. And as he kind of cocks his head and looks at the party, he calls out in a very garbled kind of voice. He says, thank you for coming. Do you have any real problems in your lives? Do you guys know what to do with those problems? Do you give it up to the hive? You put your faith in the hive, and the hive will take care of all of you. And this Captain Fungus humanoid begins sort of kind of evangelicizing the powers of the hive and how you should give all your problems up to the hive, and don't worry, just have faith in the hive and join the hive. And he's very hardcore selling, evangelizing rather, the hive, almost as if it were a religion or a deity.
Dax
I
pulls out
simply
his
cannot
trusty
condone
wrench.
your religion, sir, for I am a man of science.
And imagine how much more sciencing you would get done through the will of the hive. Little buddy, we're talking about networking biological beings like yourself with millions of others, all connected. Imagine how much sciencing you could science.
He's definitely thinking about it internally.
Dax smacks him on the back of the head. Dr. Dick.
What?
Little
What? I mean, I could get a little bit of information, and then I could turn around and rub myself down in weird, slimy grub goo and just, wash it off, right? But then I'd have all the information and I'd be even smarter. I mean, I'm already a medical professional. Imagine what I could do with the mushrooms. And he kind of looks off into the distance, daydreaming.
Dax smacks him in the back of the head again, but a little bit harder.
Give me a D6 for bitch slap.
Yes.
That's when you want.
That's a 4, but I'm going to burn a experience point to make that a skill.
Okay.
Whether I succeed or not, I want bitch slap.
You definitely have bitch slap 2 as a skill.
Is there a way that I could oppose this with prioritize self and try to I guess, hide behind somebody or like duck out of the way, or I don't know, some way of attempting to not just stand there and take it.
I will give you another shot at the dodge. Dodge 1. Go ahead and roll a d6.
Okay. Gotta beat a 4.
That's a 2, and I'm out of XP right now, I think. So I guess I'll just take an XP.
You do get an XP for failing, and yeah, there, Dax, you full on bitch slap the doctor so hard it sends him to the ground. You put a little extra sauce behind it, and then you give him a hot one, and you floor him. He's currently you knock him to the ground easily, knock him prone.
And he's on the ground, and he's just like, "Oh God, who's gonna heal me?" And he's just like, it's like a soccer player taking a fall. Like it's over the top.
Yeah, you'll be fine. And then Dax is gonna pull out his trusty wrench that he got handed by the Scottish gentleman earlier, and he's just gonna look at the mushroom captain and just start, glaring at him. So, guys, are we just gonna leave him be here, or are we extermination? What's the protocol?
Well, I have a question for him. Now, you say the hive will take care of my problems. So, do I give you my school bills now and you just pay them off? Is that how that works?
With the hive, we are in such need of great enforcers that if you join the hive, if you give your problems up to the hive, including your bills up to the hive will take care of it in its infinite wisdom.
Can I take a
So, is
moment
that,
to? Sorry, no, you go.
so you want to say, so is that yes or no?
Join the hive, and it's a yes. Anything's possible with the hive, my son. You must only have faith.
Sounds interesting. However, I must first see this in action. How about you make 2 monthly payments, and then I shall join the hive.
2 monthly payments for how about the deal as long as you're willing to consume 2 teeny tiny mushrooms.
After the payments have been made.
Oh, I'm afraid that you must put your faith in the mushrooms before anything miraculous could take place. But lo and behold, put your faith here in the hive, and you will be taken care of, my son.
I am not your son. You are not the biological person that had birthed me.
His mushrooms kind of flap confusedly. He doesn't know what to say.
Can I take a moment to burn an XP point to make bitch slap 2 a 3?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Stitch is going to step up and just say, badness level, DEFCON mango. And then he's going to take a shot at him with the laser rifle.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Go ahead and give me a roll.
All right. So, assuming I can use rifle accuracy.
Correct. Rifle accuracy 2.
Oh, sorry. But Jesus, I thought it was the other way around. 10.
Ooh, 10 total. Yeah, you fire off a one shot, a second shot, and then a third, and they're all kill shots. You hit him in the head, one in the head, two in the chest, and you blow these like massive holes with this big laser rifle just right into him. And as he kind of was just kind of standing there speaking, he kind of locks up and then falls forward with a large splash off of this kind of elevated mushroom into the pool of water itself. And as he creates a large splash, you notice, similar to Dax, the mushrooms very, very rapidly manage to plug these holes with mycelium. And he said, "Well, aren't you a feisty one? I imagine the hive could take you to great heights, little fella, if you would ever just, submit and offer up the hive your faith, and it will provide for you."
He's gonna kind of I'd imagine he would have stepped in front of the group. He just kind of would look back and be like, "All right, nice, back up, back up."
Oh no, we gotta finish him off. He too powerful. Uh, wait, I got an idea. Can I? Are there slugs nearby? Are there still slugs, or do we
There are
use them off, brush them off?
there are several slugs, just kind of snacking on the nearby plant life, mostly just these various mushrooms of various colors and sizes.
Can I try and grab a slug and run up to the captain and bitch slap him with a slug?
You can go ahead and give me a bitch slap roll.
Okay. All right, so this is bitch slap 3. Oh boy, that's a 15.
Nice. With a bitch slap 3, you get a good running start. You've got one of these slugs sizzling and burning in your hand, and you come out with like a Superman haymaker bitch slap as you fly through the air and splatter this being with this slug acid. It explodes all over it, and it immediately begins to wither to black and fall up into various pieces, falling off of this myconid man into the pool around him as he shrivels and turns black and screams out to the heavens. He eventually is all but dissolved into a bit of black gook that falls into this pool of water. And yeah, you seem to, for the time being, manage to dissolve the captain in its entirety.
Damn.
I'd turn around and start walking towards Dr. Dick, my hands like burning, just crying. Like, do you have anything?
Yes. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. And he gives you 2 more of whatever those fucking pills are.
They are a potent, powerful alien laxative.
I was just seeing if he remembered.
I don't take them.
He does give
Okay.
you those 2. I was gonna say if you said the captain specifically got like fully dissolved, right?
Correct. Turned into a puddle of black goo.
Damn. So could I potentially use medical science to attempt to combine the dissolved mushroom goo with some dose of the like worm secretion or whatever and attempt to make like a healing salve? So like the mushroom would heal, but then maybe the acid could offset so it doesn't like take hold and start growing in you.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. Yeah, give me a medical science roll as you kind of bust out your kit and go to work.
That's a 9.
Is that a 3 or a 2?
That is a medical science 3.
Okay. Let me. So, you do go ahead and get an experience points. I fucking killed it. I rolled 2 6s and a 5, so sorry.
God damn. No worries.
So as you kind of go about, fiddling with some compounds and this goop. Over your radio there, Sam, you do hear a bit of a distress call, like we're looking for survivors in the SS stealth. Anyone out there? Anyone at all? And looks like a contact has been made via some sort of communications. Maybe someone found the SOS signal from the captain. In either case, they are headed this way. And as the doctor begins fiddling about with a few things, unintended consequences. You fiddle about with this alien water and this alien black goop and some of this slug liquids, this slug acid, and unbeknownst to you, you create a chemical reaction that makes one of these nearby mushrooms just kind of explode out of the water, like grows large, almost like a leviathan breaking the top of the water. One of these massive mushrooms just erupts out of the water near where you're kind of experimenting, and as it does so, it emits a massive, almost overwhelming cloud of spores that swallow the entire party. And though it obscures your vision, the whispers return to each and every one of you. And though you can't quite hear or see who does it, you hear someone calling in over the radio your coordinates to the rescue crew. And as the whispers kind of grow loud into your minds, deafeningly so, I think that is where we are going to end our session, fellas.
Oh, damn.
So
That
did we
was so much
basically
fun.
just give the hive a chance to spread to
The entire
whoever's shaving us?
fucking
Eventually the world.
I left it open-ended. You're going to just have to make your own assumptions there, gentlemen.
What have I
Dude,
done?
that was fun as fuck.
I was just trying
what
to
have
make
you
a
done?
healing salve. I've doomed
I was
the
gonna say,
universe.
I was like, can I just get the fuck out of Dodge to try and escape?
I'm just gonna bro.
Jesus.
you might have been able to. Yeah, you could have potentially escaped, but I had to end it somewhere.
That was great.
Funny.
It was definitely Sam that called too.
Oh yeah.
He has to get himself into an observation bay.
Yeah.
Man, that's a
That
fun
was
system,
awesome.
and it's like super
I like
super
that a
simple. I like
lot.
that it's basically just like it literally turns into do whatever, and you either like get a 6 new skill, or like you fail, you get an XP, and eventually guarantee that you're gonna get something down the road. That's a fun system.
Yeah, I thought it was a fun system. I heard a couple of sessions going out, and I wanted to like write a one shot for it and run it through you guys. But you guys gave me a run for my money, man. Like just pulling shit out of my ass, improv style. Like it was pretty hard.
No, you killed it. But that was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty
so
great.
good.
The podcast that you recommended was fucking hysterical, with them like basically like the whole pulling a scheme to like pull the pin on the fucking Ferris wheel and turn it into a murder wheel just to have a distraction and shit like that. And the way that they went about it with all the fucking skills, it's exactly like the shit we pulled tonight. It's gonna be a fun thing to have in the pocket in the future.
Yeah,
for nights like this.
I would never have guessed that you pulled any amount of that out of your ass. Like it all sounded like it all felt like it was planned.
It did, yeah.
I mean, I wrote like a rough like story, like plot, kind of like this is how I would like it to go, but like I didn't write any of the details. It was like a bare bones. This happens and this happens and this happens, and you kind of left it up to the dice and you guys. You know, it was a fun sesh. You guys are clever. You guys have me fucking rolling off mic over here.
I felt so bad because I thought I was muted, but when you told Will that the Desert Eagle pulled out a bang flag, I was fucking dying.
Well, yeah, he rolled a 1 for find weapon, so he found what he thought was a badass gun, but it was a toy.
God, that
Dude,
killed me. That was so fucking funny.
I was hoping they could at least pistol whip someone with it. Next time.
Great. No, that was fantastic. I would love to run either like keep this story going or like run another just little short one shot with the same system. That was really fun. I like that.
It's nice when we don't even want to do Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely like now we have 3 options basically for these one-shot nights. So kind of keeps things fresh. I like that.
Yeah, it was a that little like barnyard heist or whatever. Like the what I based a lot of like the skills I was using and stuff was off of that link I had dropped before where you know, like you were saying before, they pulled the linchpin on the Ferris wheel to make a doom machine just for a distraction. Like, they were all in that particular heist. It was a heist, but they were all like barnyard animals. So like one guy was a horse, the other person was a chicken. I think Brendan Lee Mulligan was a chicken. Like, dude, it was great. Like, and it definitely made me want to like try a shot at it. So yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, because I was worried like, fuck, I've never done this before. I hope it comes out well.
No, dude, you crushed it. That was fun as hell.
Yeah, that was amazing. I loved it.
Hell yeah,
And it was fun getting out of the high fantasy setting, like doing something other than, you know, that like classic D&D high fantasy, like getting into like the sci-fi kind of stuff. Like it was a nice change of pace too there.
Agreed.
Yeah, space is fun.
Yeah.
Well, boys, keep in touch, man. Let's do this thing again soon. I'm gonna pour myself a glass of whiskey and breed some pals and shit before I go to bed. So,
Damn right.
All right, I'll catch you all later.
Later, guys.
Take it easy, guys.
All right. Bye.